All rise.
Thank you. Please be seated. Good morning.
Good
Are we
morning.
ready for the jury?
The people are, yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right,
Thank
thank you. Please be seated. Good morning, everyone. All right, are we back with investigator Cam 2?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
And again, I'll remind you, remain under oath. Thank you. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning again, Investigator Cantu.
Good morning.
So we're going to pick up where we left off yesterday, and we have a few slides left in the master exhibit. This is a still. What are we looking at on the screen here?
So in the upper right-hand corner on that surveillance footage, that is the defendant kind of losing his balance after he's been shot and starting to move back to the east, that southeast corner. On the bottom right side in that surveillance footage, that is Officer Steidel in the lane for customer service in the prone position.
And are those represented on the graphic on the left of the screen?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And on the graphic on the left, do we see that the blue dots representing the police officers who testified yesterday have moved back towards the door with the exception of Officer Steidel?
Officer Steidel, and then in the bottom, so what would be the northeast corner of the outside of the store are Deputy Bronkow, Ranger Kilburn, and Officer Braun.
And I'm going to hit play on the next slide. And what is going to be observed as the video starts to play in the boxes on the next slide?
So the defendant is going to continue to the east to aisle 21, which is the far east aisle. As he turns the corner, he will fall down, and then he will get up and continue to the north end of aisle 21. On the bottom screen, Officer Steidel will get up and run out of the store to that vestibule.
And having watched these videos many times, how would you describe the defendant's pace and gait in what happens going forward from here as compared to when he was looking around the store for people?
He is moving slower. He is, before he rounds corners, he's got the rifle up. He's not just walking, swinging it down by his side for the most part. When he is in the lane, it is down by his side, but he also seems to slow way down.
So during that sequence that we just played, what are some of the things that you could see and hear and reviewing these videos prior to trial?
So you see, as I said, the defendant falls as he makes the turn at the southeast corner of aisle 21. He walks to the north end of aisle 21 and he walks around to the pharmacy. Again, before coming into that open area, as he turns the corner on the north end of aisle 21, he brings the rifle up. He shoulders the rifle. He is back in around the position he was when he shot Officer Talley, and he starts heading that way. Officer Steidel leaves the store and he runs out. He gives an update, tells them that the defendant had a rifle. I think he said it was an AK or a rifle of some sort. You hear Officer West tell Officer Pleiter that the shield is not rifle rated, and then Pleiter moves out of that entranceway. There are officers that are covering that west door, and Mr. Roeder, who is the bottom right screen, Mr. Roeder has now left the store and is walking out to the west side where his vehicle has parked.
And I'm not going to ask you to go through this in any detail, but is this graphic demonstrating where the officers are positioned at this point in time?
It is, yes.
And in a moment, I'm going to hit play on this next one. What is this going to capture? And we'll start with the top right video just to get the jury oriented before I hit play, please.
So the top right video is in front of the pharmacy. It's looking at the pharmacy. So that would be the northeast corner of the store. The defendant is to the right of the screen, out of view. He will walk into the screen. He will have his hands up and he will be dressed in only his underwear.
And what are we going to see or hear in the bottom right-hand corner?
In the bottom right-hand corner, it's kind of blocked by the door, but right here is the Teradyne, or that armored vehicle that people have been talking about. That vehicle has used a ram to try and make entrance into the store, and a bunch of glass has broken out. So they will use the speaker. It's called an LRAD. I don't know what that stands for, but it's an overhead speaker where they announce into the store, this is the Boulder Police Department. You are surrounded. Surrender. This is the Boulder Police Department. Come out with your hands up, those types of things.
And if for those seeing that photo for the first time in the bottom right, what does the record, or would it be accurate to say that the armored vehicle you referenced is visible just below the black framing of that door there?
That's correct, yes.
Yes, that's why I went up back. Right.
And what do we see happening at this point in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, Investigator Cantu?
This is now the east side of the east entrance. And this is the SWAT team arriving with all of their gear.
Where is the defendant depicted on the graphic on the left at this point?
He is now in the far upper right, northeastern corner of the store. He has passed the pharmacy and he's headed back to aisle 21.
And before I hit play on this, can you just tell us what we're going to see in the upper right-hand corner, what's visible to you?
Again, just off screen to the right side of that screen is the defendant. He will walk into the view again with his hands up, wearing only underwear. And he will continue walking to the west in front of the pharmacy.
Will that movement also be demonstrated on the graphic on the left-hand side of the screen with the purple dot moving in that direction?
Yes, it will.
And what about bottom right-hand corner of the screen?
So these are the SWAT teams that have made entry. So this SWAT team that's in the bottom left-hand corner is facing east, and they are going to address the defendant as he comes into view and eventually take him into custody.
Let's stay for that. So you can turn out the radio down. Multiple suspects. You guys hear that? In contact with multiple suspects. What is it? Multiple suspects. Are we ready? No. Inside. Is that right, Frank? Say, line clear inside. Do we know that? Nothing's clear inside. Nothing is clear. None of this is clear. All of it, now before they pushed him down at east. I wonder if we told it. That was already doors. We don't pay if you don't have no doors. You think the last door into the main doesn't look that entrance. There's a slide on the roof, guys. To the right. Right. Very back, left to right. Hey, watch out for that RAV4. That might be suspect vehicle. Our officers shot at him.
And what's happening after this point in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen?
So the SWAT officers handed the defendant off to Boulder police officers who then escort him to an ambulance.
And you're aware that other witnesses will be addressing the surrender of the defendant inside of King Soopers, along with body worn camera video from that point?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm going to move us along then, Investigator Cantu, and just hit on 4 or 5 distinct areas before we wrap up with you for this morning, okay?
Okay.
What was recovered from the spot where the defendant had been in aisle 21?
Recovered from there were a pair of jeans, a pair of shoes, socks, a t-shirt, a tactical vest, a Ruger 556 AR 556 pistol, a Gearson 9mm pistol, 3 magazines for the pistol, and 1 spare magazine for the rifle, plus both firearms had magazines seated in the weapons.
Just to follow up on that, you use the term pistol and rifle interchangeably for the AR 556. And has it been referred to as a rifle at many points during the course of this event and during the trial?
It has, yes.
And how is it actually classified?
It is classified as a pistol.
And based on what?
I believe it's the barrel length and the way that it's shouldered, the way the stock is.
But the item that's been referred to as a rifle, what the defendant used in this mass shooting, is the Ruger 556 that you're referring to.
That's correct.
Okay. And you mentioned magazines were recovered from that location as well. Can you describe those for the jury, please?
Yes. So in the carrier vest, there were 3 spare magazines that were fully loaded with 9mm ammunition for the handgun. There was a spare 30-round capacity magazine for the rifle or the Ruger. And then there were magazines in both firearms. The one in the handgun was fully loaded, and the one in the AR was there were 4 rounds in it.
And I want to stay with the magazines that went with the AR.
Okay.
Okay. So 2 were found in aisle 21.
Yes.
Were additional magazines that would go with the AR found in the defendant's car outside King Soopers?
Yes.
How many?
3.
And was there an additional magazine that went with the AR recovered from inside King Soopers?
Yes. As we saw on the exhibit at Checkstand 13, he did magazine change and he dropped that magazine. That magazine was recovered from Checkstand 13.
Can you tell the jury about that based on your review of the video and the investigation, please?
Yes. So as the SWAT teams were going in, one of the officers, I believe it was Officer Brewer from Broomfield PD, saw the magazine. So as the Teradyne hit that front wall, all of that product that was on that front wall came crashing into the aisle. So they were going through that aisle to make sure there was no one there. And as they were going through there, Officer Brewer bent down, picked up a magazine, kind of looks at it, and then he places it on the northeast corner of Checkstand 13 and just leaves it there.
Was it later recovered by the evidence recovery team from that location?
Yes.
So how many magazines for the AR were recovered between inside the store and out in the defendant's car outside of King Soopers?
There were 6.
In preparation for trial, did you go back and examine those magazines?
I did.
When did you do that?
November 8th of 2023.
What was the reason you did that?
I wanted to confirm that those were actually 30-round magazines. So I wanted to put cartridges in the magazine to count how many fit in it.
Can you walk the jury through that process, please?
Yes. So all of the magazines and firearms were in property and evidence at the Boulder Police Department. So I checked them out. I pulled them out of the packaging that they were in, and we used dummy rounds or inert rounds. They're not going to fire. And we filled the magazines just one dummy round at a time and found that 6 of them were 30-round capacity magazines.
Were additional magazines recovered from the defendant's house pursuant to a judicially approved search warrant?
Yes.
Were any of those magazines 30-round magazines?
No,
So he bought the 30-round magazines with him to King Soopers.
that's correct.
With regards to the search of the house, just briefly, based on your review of the investigation, did that search also recover a Beretta handgun?
Yes,
And was that a Beretta that the defendant had purchased from an individual named Gabriel Salas? And I'll spell the last name for the court reporter. It's Sailas.
yes,
And was that Beretta bought by the defendant from Mr. Salas in June of 2020
yes,
for $500,
that's correct.
with the serial number being B as in boy 032493, Z as in zebra?
Yes,
I'm going to switch gears on you, okay?
Okay.
Officer Stidel briefly referenced the shoot team, as he referred to it. Can you just tell the jury about the Boulder County Incident Team, or Critical Incident Team, as it's called?
the Boulder County Critical Incident Team is a multi-jurisdictional, county-wide group of experienced investigators that are called in to do an investigation when a critical incident occurs. Generally, that is an officer-involved shooting or police action that could cause serious injury or death. The involved agency can't investigate their own officers. So this other agency, or this group of investigators, comes in and investigates the officer's actions, not the whole criminal case, but the officer's actions. We do interviews with involved officers and witness officers. Those are usually recorded. They are always recorded, and they are usually reviewed by command staff for the critical incident team while the interview is occurring. We do round counts and photographs of all witness and involved officers. So we count how many bullets they have on them to ensure if they shot or if they did not shoot. We do crime scene investigation. So a CSI team will go out and investigate the scene. We will do interviews with civilian witnesses surrounding the police action that's there. And then we work with the involved agency as they're investigating the criminal case that surrounds the police action.
And was that done in this case as it would be in any other incident where an officer uses deadly or potentially deadly physical force?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move on to another topic, okay?
Okay.
What was recovered from the assault rifle or the AR in the supermarket that the defendant had used on March 22nd?
So the rifle had a sight on it. It was I'm not going to remember the name of it. Fireflex, I think it was what it was called, that was on the rifle.
Does Firefield sound familiar?
That is correct, Firefield.
And is that an optic that was placed on top of the rifle?
Yes,
Based on your review of the investigation, was packaging for a Firefield optic recovered from the defendant's home pursuant to that search warrant?
it was, yes.
Have you gone back and compared the packaging, the empty packaging from the defendant's home with the Firefield optic that was found on the rifle at King Soopers?
I have, yes.
And what did you learn from that?
It's the same optic.
And then my last topic for you for this morning. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. You.
Did you and others work to put together timelines to assist the jury in answering the questions that they'll have to answer in this case?
Yes.
What is Exhibit 358 for identification?
358 is the timeline from January 1st, 2021 until March 21st, 2021, which is the day before the shooting.
And does that Exhibit 358 contain, all the events related to this investigation from January 1st, 2021 through March 21st, 2021?
Yes,
And you put that together after reviewing the entire investigative file and all the work that you referenced earlier in the trial?
that's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, people move 358 into evidence.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, ma'am.
So 358 is going to be conditionally admitted as they fill in some of the aspects that haven't been testified to as of yet.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Cantu, are there additional witnesses that you understand will be testifying about certain things that they were involved directly in that are reflected on that timeline?
Yes.
And are all of the things contained on the timeline, things that you reviewed and put together as part of this overall investigation?
Yes.
And does it accurately lay out for the jury the timeline of the defendant's actions from January 1st, 2021 through March 21st, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And then moving to Exhibit 359 for identification. What is that a timeline of?
This is a timeline of March 22nd, 2021.
And what does that contain? Just generally.
The things that happened that day on March 22nd from the first point where where the defendant left the residence through law enforcement action.
And is that based on your review of the entire investigation
It is, yes.
and the different interviews that you participated in and reviewed?
Correct.
And would that aid the jury in understanding the timeline and sequence of events on March 22nd, 2021?
It would, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, people move to admit 359 into evidence, please.
Your Honor, I object. I make all my objections that I had previously made
All
in
right.
regards to this exhibit.
Noting that same objections that you made at the bench, I'm going to make the same ruling, assuming that everything will be testified to if it has not already.
Yes. Thank
All
you,
right.
Honor.
Thank you.
And do you believe everything in the timeline 359 has been testified to already during the course of the trial?
Yes.
But in the interest of time today and travel issues for one of our witnesses, we're going to put the timeline on the screen in the coming days with the jury, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So, Your Honor, at this point then, I don't have anything further for Investigator Cantu, although I would seek to recall her in the days ahead.
All right. And so for clarification, then I will admit 359. It's not conditional. It's been completed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You may, cross-examination.
I have no cross-examination.
All right. You may step down.
Thank you.
Mr. Kuffner. Next witness.
Judge, the people would call Amy Kulia.
Ms. Coolio, if you'll come around to your left, please. And then just staying along there and come around to the witness stand. I'll swear you in before you have a seat. Face me. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Get close to that microphone. You may adjust it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for court reporter?
Yes. My name is Amy Culia. First name is spelled Aimee. Last name is Qulia.
Tell the jury how you're employed.
I'm employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, specifically in the Firearms and Tool Marks Unit in the FBI laboratory.
How long have you worked in the Firearms and Tool Mark unit?
Approximately 9.5 years.
Prior to that, where did you work?
Also at the FBI laboratory, I worked in the latent print unit. That's the fingerprint unit.
And how long were you in fingerprints?
About a decade,
So you worked for the FBI, how long in total?
almost 20 years.
Prior to coming to the FBI, what training and experience did you have?
I worked in research. I did endocrinology research at the University of Tennessee and was a microbiologist.
What is endocrinology research?
That's the study of hormones, and it was comparative endocrinology. So it was animal models that were used for human research.
Talk about your educational background.
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Ecology and Evolutionary Biology from the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. And I have a Master of Science degree from the University of Florida in Gainesville, Florida.
Tell the jury a little bit about what somebody working in the toolmark or the firearms and toolmark unit at the FBI actually does.
We receive all types of evidence involving firearms-related crimes. So this is
Sorry.
individual firearms. So I'll test them for functionality and safety or modification. I will also get items of evidence related to cartridges and cartridge case components. So that's bullets, cartridge cases, and shot shells. I will compare firearms related evidence like those bullets and cartridge cases to individual firearms to see if that firearm fired that particular bullet or cartridge case. I also do basic ammunition exams. So I check ammunition to see if it is consistent with functional ammunition. I receive toolmark cases. Firearms is actually a subdiscipline of the toolmark identification realm, where the firearm is a specific tool that marks items of evidence. So I also perform toolmark examinations. I document all of these examinations in a standardized case note form and write reports. And then as an extension of my firearms expertise, I also deploy to crime scenes. So I do something called shooting incident reconstructions. And I do this as part of the laboratory shooting reconstruction team, or the LSRT.
With respect to all of those things you're doing, have you had additional training since you moved to the firearms and toolmark unit in those particular fields?
Yes. Training takes about 2.5 years, and it's a pretty hardy combination of practical or standardized testing and experiential testing. So what we do is we have a large training binder that we go through that has specific tasks that we have to prove our competency in. So this could be firearms functions, it could be ammunition tests, comparison tests to see if I can reach the correct conclusions comparing those bullets and cartridge cases to individual firearms. We also participate in firearms manufacturing tours as well as ammunition manufacturing tours, so we can see how ammunition and firearms are supposed to be made and why they might have class and individual characteristics that we use for those comparison purposes. We also have kind of a class format. So for example, I had to take a 40-hour class specifically on shooting incident reconstructions, and I was tested at the end of that class. A large portion of my training was also spent working under a mentor. So this is a qualified examiner who would give me actual casework. I would perform all the necessary steps to complete that case. And then he would check to make sure that my conclusions were appropriate and that I had documented it correctly. Another part of this training was deploying to crime scenes. So during my training, I went to dozens of crime scenes to see how to properly examine a crime scene and document it. To complete my training, I had to pass a series of competency exams. So I had to do comparison tests, oral boards, moot courts, and a competency test in firearms related evidence, so bullets and cartridge cases, tool marks related evidence, and shooting incident reconstruction.
How many examinations have you done as a firearm and toolmark examiner? I don't know if it would be easier to go by case or number of firearms. Can you give us an idea of how many things you've done?
A lot. So for example, I will complete about 100 cases a year. Some of those cases have one firearm in them and one cartridge case, and some of them have 115 firearms in them. So it's kind of a diverse group, but I would say at this point, I've done hundreds, if not in thousands of cases, and completed thousands of examinations.
And with respect to testifying as an expert witness, have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
In the firearms realm, I've testified about 6 times, and this encompasses everything that falls under that firearms umbrella. So ammunition examinations I've testified to, firearms functionality, firearms comparison, and shooting incident reconstruction.
And those times that you've testified and been found to be an expert, what courts were they in?
Federal and state courts.
How many different states?
I would say 5 or 6.
Judge, at this time, I would move to have the court recognize Ms. Kulia as an expert in the field of firearms and tool mark analysis, including shooting incident reconstruction.
No objection.
Right, she'll be qualified as an expert in those areas.
So you mentioned a little bit ago that you would deploy with what you call the LSRT. Describe how that team functions or where that team's based.
The LSRT, or the Laboratory Shooting Reconstruction Team, is based out of Quantico. And it has actually 4 different mini teams within that larger LSRT. So we have a firearms representative, that was me in this case. We have an ERTU person, that's the Evidence Response Team unit. They serve as kind of the communications between the local evidence response team and then our little group, our LSRT. Then we have a photographer. In this case, that was Mark, and 2 visual information specialists. They do all of the scanning and they work with the total station to make sure that we're capturing all the data about the bullet holes and impacts that I find on the scene. And then lastly, we have THRU. So that's the unit that handles technical hazards. It's the Technical Hazards Response Unit. So they would help if I locate a bullet hole in a wall and it's 20 feet in the air, they would get me a ladder. Or if it's within something I can't access, they would cut a hole in a wall so we could ultimately examine where that impact ends, or retrieve that cartridge case or bullet.
In this particular case, were you responsible for the shooting incident reconstruction?
Yes, I was the lead examiner. So it was me, and then I had 2 individuals that deployed with me as technicians that are also specially trained to do shooting incident reconstructions.
And you mentioned that the member of the LSRT team that deployed to do the photography in this particular case was Mark. That would be Mark Subin.
Yes, sir.
Are you, as the person responsible for doing the shooting incident reconstruction, kind of the team leader or supervisor of that team?
Yes, I am.
What are you trying to make sure that all of those team members are collecting for you to be able to do your job?
Each member of that team, specifically when I'm working with OPU, that's the Operational Projects Unit, they supply the photographer and the individuals who are doing the scanning and data collection. I'm making sure that everything that I am seeing on the scene is captured before we release that scene. A lot of these scenes are not going to exist in the state that they were when the shooting takes place. So we have to capture it in great detail before we leave that scene. So what they're doing is they are capturing in 3 dimensions, the X, the Y, and the Z axis in 3 dimensions, how a trajectory moves through space and where it is located in relation to other objects within that scene. I'm also making sure that I have photographs of each bullet hole and impact with a label and without a label. So we can see it in its original state, and then we can see it with a unique identifier so that bullet hole or impact has a name, and that name is recorded in my notes as long as a description.
You mentioned a minute ago the scans and total station data. Can you explain to the jury what that part of your team is doing and what they're collecting exactly?
I can describe it on a very basic level. So they're capturing in 3 dimensions where each impact or bullet hole is within the scene in relation to other objects within that scene. So if, for example, there was a bullet hole in a car door, they would be able to relate where the window is, where the handle is, and then where that bullet hole is. So they can recreate it in 3 dimensions if needed. My part is just making sure that all the data that they capture reflects accurately what I have recorded in my notes and what is represented in the photographs.
With that data, what ultimately is created?
I write the final firearms report. So my report is usually pretty detailed. It talks about the individual bullet holes and impacts and trajectories that are established. And then it has graphics that are supplemental to that report. So those graphics are usually an overhead of the scene with the individual holes, impacts, and trajectories moving through it. So you can see kind of an overhead. Sometimes there's an elevation angle, so you can see it from the side. And all of that is kind of summed up in my big report.
And that's based on all of those measurements. Most of those measurements are done with like a laser system.
We do a scanner
Yeah.
and total station.
Can you just explain how the scanner and the total station work?
That's kind of outside of the realm of my expertise.
Even at a basic level, could you give us an idea?
Sure. A basic level is just that they're using light to reflect off of different items and measure them in space.
So based on the light reflecting, it allows them to create a measurement product to show you where everything was with some precision.
Yes.
So you've mentioned a couple different things. It's fair to say that in focusing on trajectory work, you're looking for any defects that could have been caused by bullets or fragments of bullets.
Correct.
And when we're talking about defects, there's kind of a traditional labeling system. So whenever somebody is looking at one of those labels you described being included in the photographs, there's a system that you use. Can you explain to the jury kind of the different letters associated with the different types of defects that you locate?
Yes. So we use a standard naming system. It's very easy. Every hole is an H. Every impact is an I. A skip is just a very long impact, and that indicates that I would like the total station to encompass the length of that very long impact instead of just pinpointing it. We will use them numerically. So I will say, for example, H1, that's hole number 1, H2, hole number 2, I3, that's an impact. I don't reuse numbers, so I won't have an impact 1 and a hole 1. I just go sequentially as I'm moving through the scene, labeling things as we can. And that shouldn't indicate that that was the first shot taken. So hole 1 is not necessarily the first shot that was fired. But we move through the scene like that. As we find new things, as we open up perhaps a wall, we'll see something new that we haven't seen before. So sometimes you'll have quite a difference between when you're moving through the trajectory, the first hole and the ultimate place or the impact where it lands.
You mentioned that when you use S for skip, you're looking, that is indicating to your team members you want them to measure with precision. Explain the difference between just measuring the point and measuring a skip with precision.
When you have a total station product, they're using basically surveying equipment to make a very detailed 3-dimensional record of where bullet holes and impacts are. Skips are very elongated, so you'll have something like a bullet or a projectile that will scrape against a surface. So I want to record the path of that bullet in its entirety. So I'll start at one end and move to the other. So the total station data will kind of look like a big long line for that one instead of an individual point.
In this particular case, during your on-scene analysis, how many defects did you and your team identify?
168.
So that's 168 holes, skips, impacts.
Yes, sir.
With respect to trajectory, can you develop the trajectory of every single defect you find?
No. Nor can I associate the number of shots taken directly with the number of bullet holes and impacts that I find. So, for example, you could shoot directly into perhaps a victim or a decedent and not have any bullets move through them to create impacts behind them. So you would have a shot taken, but you wouldn't necessarily have anything to record in the scene. I don't speak to anything involving a human body, so that's outside of my realm. We also might have several holes from one shot that's taken. So you have a bullet that skips along and then it goes through several different items. You could have 18 holes from one different projectile. So it will give you a rough idea of how many shots or how many holes you would expect, but it's not a one-to-one for sure.
How many trajectories were you able to determine in this particular case?
For this case, there were 31 individual trajectories.
So you were on scene in this case from, or your team was on scene from March 22nd until March 30th, processing the scene.
Yes, sir.
So when you're deployed, what is the first thing that happens when you go out to a scene?
We have a pre-deployment meeting. This is usually facilitated by the evidence response team unit. We have a supervisory agent who serves as the main point of contact and kind of leads my little LSRT and facilitates communication between the local evidence response team and our LSRT. We start with this meeting to get kind of an overall picture of what we're going to experience so we can pack the needed supplies that we need for this scene. So we'll usually ask what types of firearms were used, approximately how many shots were taken. We'll ask the type of ammunition if they know. We will also make sure that we have the scene secured and that we have permission to be there.
Why are those things important to you before you get into the scene?
They help kind of calibrate my expectations of what I'm going to find when I reach that scene. It could involve different PPE. It could involve just what I'm going to pack that day. If it's an outdoor scene and it's in the middle of January, you know, you might pack differently. We also have to pack a kit. So I need to know how many trajectory routes to bring, how many cones. I need to know the surfaces that I'm going to be working with because they all kind of change depending on the different environments, the different conditions of the firearms and the ammunition. They all kind of come together to inform what I'm going to expect when I reach that scene.
You conducted that briefing before responding to the scene in this case?
Yes, sir.
What information did you receive about the firearms and the ammunition that were used in this case?
We just had very basic information that it was an AR style pistol that was used. We had responding officers that had a handgun or a pistol. We also knew that we had cartridge cases on the scene that were in the 5.56 by 45 millimeter caliber. And I believe a handgun caliber as well.
Talk about when you're saying that it's setting expectations, knowing that it was a 5.56 caliber utilized in this case. What expectations do you have going into that scene?
Those cartridges tend to penetrate many items at once. So you might have something that skips around, or you might have something that zips through different items within that scene. So the range is pretty large with the 5.56. So we might bring a fogger and lasers if we wanted to cast a trajectory that was extremely long. So we could take an image of that individual flight path using that specialized equipment.
Judge, if I could approach.
Yes, sir.
39 to 152. I have handed you what has been marked for identification as people's 139 to 152. Can you just look through those and tell us generally what they are?
Yes, these are, it consists of an overhead graphic of the entirety of the scene that we examined to include 3 different areas of focus. And it has a call out for a specific area of focus.
And then the additional exhibits?
These are images of my bullet holes, impacts, and trajectories.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what you saw on scene and the product that was generated based on the measurements taken on scene?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I would move to admit people's 139 through 152 at this time.
No objection. Admitted.
And permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
So tell the jury generally what they're looking at here.
What you're looking at is an overall 2D graphic of the scene that we examined. So there's the parking lot up at the top. King Soopers is down at the bottom. There's a vehicle that has been highlighted and a yoga loft studio that has been highlighted. All of these highlights appear with a white kind of dashed line that indicates that we're going to get more information about those part of the scene. We also have it oriented kind of like you would look at a map of the United States. North is up, south is down. The actual measurements are here. Oh, excuse me.
I was just going to zoom in for you to see if the jury could.
There's a compass rose down at the bottom for true north. But generally, as we move through the scene, we just kind of treated the top of the parking lot as north.
Can you just give an idea of what the different markers on the diagram depict?
Yes. For this, we have call outs for the holes, impacts, and trajectories that were established. So the holes and impacts are highlighted and numbered in red and blue. And then we have the trajectories also highlighted. Those are in yellow. So you might have 3 holes and then 1 trajectory. I should mention that those trajectories are also named the same way I named the holes and impacts. So you'll have a T1, and that might be hole 1 to hole 5 to hole 8. All of that is detailed in my report, but this is just an overall visual of where they are in the scene. This does not indicate shooter's position. It indicates the flight path of an individual projectile. So even though you see a trajectory ending in a certain place, that does not mean that the shooter's rifle was in that exact position when the shooting took place.
Can you show the jury where the area referred to as the yoga loft is located on this diagram of the entire scene?
Yes. It's right there.
So it would be to the east of King Soopers.
Yes, sir.
Moving to Exhibit 140. Tell the jury what they're looking at there. Oops.
This is a top-down view of the yoga loft studio. There's a couple rooms, and it is difficult to see with this lighting, but I established 2 trajectories that move through the scene, and you'll see holes and impacts highlighted in red and in kind of a teal color.
I can zoom in. Yellow's hard to see, but zoomed in, I think you can, I think the jury can see it. Can you just identify for them with the pointer the 2 trajectories that you're able to identify within the yoga studio?
Yes, the top one, that's trajectory number 1. Trajectory number 2 is down below, and it continues, it fragments once it goes through this hole 3, hole 6, and hits the southern wall in 3 different points.
When you say it fragments, what do you mean?
That means that the projectile has broken up and it has formed individual flight paths that ultimately are different from the original trajectory.
So the bullet at some point strikes something and then comes apart into 3 pieces.
Yes, that's correct.
And that's what's denoted with the 3 yellow lines coming out of the area where T2 initially enters the yoga studio.
Correct.
Moving to People's Exhibit 141. Tell the jury what they're looking at here.
This is the outside of the yoga studio that we examined. We have a couple different callouts that you can see from this image. We have hole number 1 down here, and we have hole number 3, 2, hole number 2 up at the top. For hole number 3, that's a pretty traditional way to label a bullet hole. We have specialized labels that have a scale. We would take an image of this bullet hole before we actually name it and describe it in my notes, just to make sure that we're not covering anything up with that label. That label corresponds to an individual entry in my case notes where I describe it. With this one, it was a bullet hole going through metal And with this one, you can kind of see a crown coming off of it. That's typical for a high velocity round going through metal, and it'll have this kind of crowning effect. So to the layperson, it might look like an exit because you might think that the metal's folding back, but really it's just that high velocity round going through something metallic. Up at the top, we have hole number 2, and this was the condition in which I found it. I don't know how this hole originally looked. When we showed up, there had been some wind, there were storms, and that glass is what we call tempered glass or safety glass. It's meant to fracture in safe kind of popcorn pieces. This is what you might see in your car window. So the passenger side car windows are meant for breaking out, right? So if you want to escape your car, or if rescue teams want to get into your car, these are meant to shatter in a safe way. These are a little bit different than the glass you might find on your windshield. This glass had kind of shattered and crumbled by the time that I saw it. So I marked it in this way so we could trace the large outline that was left behind before we lost any more of that information, because as the scene progressed, that window kept breaking.
Are there a series of photographs taken for each of the defects identified?
Yes, sir.
Is this more of an orientation photo showing hole 1 and hole 2, just the location on the front of the yoga studio, kind of in that wall to the right of the front door?
Yes, yes, it is. So we do that, again, before we label and after we label. This helps me when I'm writing my report to get a kind of an overall view of how everything happened in the scene and what it's related to. If we also take photographs very close to the individual bullet holes or impacts, but that's hard to put back in the scene if they don't have any context. So this is kind of a mid-range shot that gives you contextual information ultimately to be written into a report.
So moving to People's Exhibit 142, this is a close-up of hole number 1 with what addition?
Yes, this is a trajectory rod. This is a rod that is in the 22 caliber family. So this is a rod that I would use. It's the diameter of a 223 or a 5.56 by 45 bullet. So it's about 0.22 inches in diameter. This is a very common round, especially for shooting. So we have a lot of these. We brought a lot to the scene. And what you're doing is you're just kind of going through the channel that projectile made. So these are rigid. They're made out of steel. They're pretty heavy. And that's what has been inserted into hole 1 here.
And that shows the trajectory that the projectile was traveling when it passed through that particular hole 1.
Correct. And this is also not just for visual purposes, but these are also scanned in. So a lot of information is coming off 3 dimensions of this rod. So contextually, this helps the operational projects unit put this trajectory into space.
So when you say put this into space, this is assisting them when they create that accurate diagram that we saw earlier with the yellow trajectories. Some of that scanning has incorporated the position of this trajectory rod.
That's correct.
And then moving to 143, explain what we're looking at now.
This is the other side of that trajectory rod. There's a little refraction here, so it kind of looks like 2 trajectory rods are going through the window and one's coming out. But it was just the one. This one has the T1 tag labeled on it. This is just for documentation purposes. This would be scanned on the inside of that yoga loft. So this is a continuation on T1 that started with hole 1 to, or excuse me, H1 to H5. So this trajectory rod kind of bridges that flight path.
So in your large report, you would document this trajectory 1 as hole 1, then hole 5 to show where it traveled in determining that particular trajectory for T1.
Yes, sir.
So each of the labels on each of these holes or impacts are incorporated into your report in detail with respect to where they were located and how they assisted you in determining the trajectory for each of the 31 trajectories in this case.
Yes.
And then moving to People's 44, this is a different angle of that same hole one trajectory one.
Correct.
Explain to the jury what is in the upper right of this as far as locationally kind of aligning with the trajectory.
Yes. So with this one, you're at the front door of the yoga loft and you're looking out into a parking lot. You can see the front entrance of the King Supers right here. And the parking lot to the north of it.
Can you determine anything about the potential location of the shooter in a general way with respect to knowing that trajectory?
These shots came from the west and moved east.
So they came from the west in the direction of the King Supers parking lot and were coming towards the yoga studio as we saw in the diagram.
Yes, sir.
Moving to hole 2 that you've described a little bit, 145, and then we'll zoom in on 146. I think you already talked about the nature of this being tempered glass, and so that breaks differently than other types of glass. This just gives an opportunity for the jury to see how you would label a hole of this nature. This is H2 along the right side.
Correct.
And that's just indicating the total distance that hole 1 spanned when you first arrived on scene and were processing it.
Exactly.
And you talked about that earlier. Moving to 147, or I'm sorry, moving back to 140, we're now going to look at that second trajectory. So just so that we're clear, the first trajectory that we've been looking at, T1, is the one that goes through the corner. Can you just point to T1 that we've just looked at? And then T2 that we're going to look at next goes through where?
Right there.
So moving to 147, again, kind of a mid-range orientation shot. Explain what we're looking at here.
We are looking at the front of the yoga loft studio. This was in one of the front windows. This was double paned glass. So that just means that there's 2 pieces of glass. There's usually a layer of gas in between. This is typical for windows that are on the front of your building or your house. It helps with energy efficiency and sound. So this is the front layer, the outermost layer of that glass.
And we're looking at what will ultimately be, when we zoom in, H3, which is a hole kind of in the top of the L of loft in this sign.
Yes, sir.
So we move to 148, again, a little closer with respect to hole number 3. And then if we move to 149, explain a little more about what we see in this one with respect to hole 3.
This glass had like a laminate cover to it, which helped it stick together. We're seeing a very small fracture pattern. You'll see the scale around the H3. This is the outermost, and with the coating of it, I think it was like either a thin metal or kind of a plasticky material.
And what was that material? What was the purpose of that material with respect to on this window?
I think it was just to provide shade or privacy.
And then with respect to the gray and white, is that kind of incorporated into a sign, that shade or shadow?
I don't think I understand.
I guess I'm asking, there's white and gray with respect to the loft sign. Where is that within the glass, or how is that incorporated into the glass?
That printing is on that screen that was adhered to the window.
Okay, so that's adhered to the outside of the window.
Yes.
And then moving to the inside, H6, this is the inside of H3 where it comes out. Talk to the jury about what we see in H6.
H6 is a larger hole on the inside of the glass. This is very typical for the second thing that is hit with 2-paned glass. So you have that projectile moving through the first pane. It's kind of flexing. It's got a lot of material riding on its nose. The projectile is actually bigger when it hits that second pane of glass. There's flexion going on, and then it kind of blows out. So you'll see the secondary hole, usually pretty large in comparison to the first one. You'll also see radial cracks coming out from this one. You can tell that it was sort of a direct hit, but it started to wobble. So it's getting larger, and you also have those radial cracks.
When you say that the projectile is picking up material on its tip as it's moving through, that's material from the first surface it's gone through. In this particular instance, that outside pane of glass, it's now carrying a bunch of that glass with it on the front of the projectile?
It is, and then it's also flexing the glass that's in front of it. So it's kind of creating like a donut.
So moving inside the studio, they're difficult to see, but can you just show us kind of what we're looking at from the orientation photo here?
Yes, these are fragments that hit the southernmost wall of the yoga studio. These are also labeled I-8, let's see, I-9, and I-7. So we have one here, and one here.
And this is the first time the jury's having an opportunity to see what you would label as an impact. Moving up close, just for an example, I-9, one of the defects in the wall in People's 152. When you see something like this on a wall, how do you know that it's not just somebody banging a chair into the wall or some other defect that existed prior to the shooting?
I didn't know that. So I had to test it. And how I do that is I use a presumptive chemical test. So I'll test for lead and copper. Those are the two elements that are typically found in modern ammunition. So you're correct in that when we're investigating a scene, we don't know what is damage from a projectile or a shooting incident and what could just be damage around a home or a grocery store. So that's why we do those chemical tests, so we can kind of give us an idea that there's trace amounts of lead or copper and we can associate it. We'll also test non-involved parts of that wall. So lead-based paint is still a thing in some of the crime scenes that we go to. So we'll test something that's not involved. So I'll look for a like area, a like material further away from these impacts. I'll test that to make sure I'm not getting a false positive for a lead or a copper that could be just environmental.
So the wall in the yoga studio, when you tested it, did it have lead-based paint?
It didn't.
Okay. With respect to this impact I-9, when you tested it, what did it reveal?
It was positive for lead.
And that indicated to you what?
That it was part of this shooting incident. Or could be, excuse me.
Judge, I got to close out of this. Thank you. Next, I want to move on to trajectories that you were able to determine in the parking lot. We're going to move away from the yoga studio and we're going to move to vehicles in the parking lot. And I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's 153 through 163. Can I approach it?
Yes, sir.
Same questions, 153 to 163, people's exhibits. All of those fair and accurate photographs of what you saw and seen when you were processing for the trajectory analysis.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'd move to admit 153 through 163.
No objection.
Admitted.
And if we could publish. All right, so we're back to People's Exhibit 139 for orientation. Those the next set of trajectories, starting with T3, can you show the jury generally where those vehicles were located that we're going to be looking at next?
Yes. The vehicles in the parking lots are the ones without the callouts. So this black one, this white one, and this other white one.
Starting with the black one, tell the jury where T3 was determined to be.
T3 moves through the rear driver's side bumper of this vehicle, and it ultimately terminates in a dog bed in the back.
Does this show us the inside of where that projectile passed through and came out?
Yes, sir.
And then this again shows us the holes that were associated with trajectory 3.
Yes, it moves through the C pillar of this hatchback.
Is it, again, common to see 5.56 ammunition going through something like the entire outside of a car?
It is. It's a hardy part of the car. So this is meant to sustain impacts and rolling. So the A, the B, and the C pillar kind of provide the structure that lifts up the top of your car. This is where you would take cover if you were in a shootout. And it is not uncommon for a 5.56 round to go through something like this.
Are all 5.56 rounds made equal?
No, they have different design components.
For instance, you are aware that in this case, there was a significant amount of green tip ammunition recovered. Can you talk about the nature of that particular ammunition?
Green tip's kind of a general term, but we would say that it's like an M855 round. So that's something that has a steel penetrator in it. It's a composite round. So when you're thinking of ball ammunition that you could take to the range and shoot, generally it has a lead core and it's covered by a copper jacket. This type of round has a steel penetrator to transfer more of that energy forward when it hits an item. So they're designed for penetration, basically. So it has a little steel tip, it has a lead core, and that is covered by a full metal jacket.
So when you say that steel tip is designed for penetration, it's designed to make it go through more things and deeper into the things it hits.
In a general sense, yes.
You talked about the vehicle right next to the black vehicle that we just saw for T3. So we're going to move to 156. And can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to T4?
This is T4, and it is moving through a very large hole, hole 38, and it ultimately goes through the windshield of this vehicle.
With respect to that really large hole, talk about how you were able to determine the trajectory with this particular round just passing through the windshield.
Could we go to the next photo?
Sure.
So this trajectory rod was placed in this specific way because of the cone. We have its secondary point, so it moves through this very large window. One or more projectiles could have passed through this window. We don't know. This was the condition in which it was received, basically. This is how it was when I showed up. The reason I put the trajectory rod at this angle is because we were able to narrow down where it came out in that second point. So this point right here through the windshield, I have a cone going around the trajectory rod that expands the diameter of that rod and helps me place something in glass. Because the glass was still pretty fragile, I didn't want the glass alone to sustain this rod. Rods will kind of flop down. It could damage the glass. So I suspended it with some duct tape.
But the duct tape is not it's not involved in actually determining the trajectory. That is done with the cone placed into the hole in the windshield.
Correct.
Explain how a windshield is made that allows you to determine trajectory just by a projectile passing through a windshield.
So this is the other type of glass that I wanted to mention. This is a laminate glass. This is something that you would find in windshields. It's actually two pieces of glass that are sandwiched together with an adhesive. And it's engineered this way so if a rock or something pops up and hits your windshield, your whole windshield doesn't crumble in front of your face. It's for safety reasons, basically. For me, it sustains the windshield if it's been shot. So it's actually pretty handy. So when you're looking at it, you'll see radial cracks. Those might not necessarily be on the same plane. They could be different cracks in the two layers of glass that are sandwiched together.
And we have some examples of that as we move forward and have some close-ups, I think, of some of the other trajectories you determined. Again, another angle just from a little bit more elevated position. I wanted to ask on this one, where is the yoga studio in relation to trajectory number? We're on 4 now?
I thought it was 3. No, 4.
4.
The yoga studio is up here.
And you're pointing to the top part of the screen. Was it on the first level or the second level of that brick building?
This is the second level. There's kind of a dip here and a little playground in the middle, but it's right there.
So kind of in alignment with this trajectory as well.
Yes.
And then if we move to the inside of that vehicle, the silver vehicle, tell the jury what 159 is showing.
These are holes and impacts in the front windshield of that gray vehicle.
And the hole associated with the trajectory is hole 39 on the left-hand side.
Yes, sir.
That was the hole that was the determinant hole for figuring out trajectory 4. Talk about the impacts. And you mentioned earlier that more than one round could have passed through that driver's side window. What can you tell from these impacts?
These are impacts that were in the front of the windshield. And I should mention that there's a hole down here that has not been labeled yet. It's in another photograph. These are for these either fragmented rounds or individual rounds that hit the front of the windshield. By fragmented, it could have been part of a round that went through the external portion of the glass and fragmented. It could have fragmented outside of the vehicle and then passed into it. We don't know. We just labeled them as we saw them.
From an expert perspective, if the first round hit the driver's side window that was up, would that potentially have led to a fragmenting of that first round and multiple impacts on the windshield?
It could.
And then if that window had that big, huge hole in it, when another round goes through it, that second or third round is not going through that first layer of glass on the passenger's or on the driver's side window. It's just going directly into the windshield. Would this be consistent with one round passing through the driver's side window and then the second round not having any glass to pass through?
It's hard to say. We don't know if that first window is going to be completely fractured. So if there's going to be something in between it at the point at which the other projectile might go through it. So we really can't say.
Does the angle matter? When it would have, the angle that the projectile travels into that first piece of glass, does that have any impact on whether it would fragment or not?
It could. Sometimes you'll see, usually with larger calibers, that you'll get a lot of skipping if you hit something that's at like a 45-degree angle, like your windshield. But with something straight on, not necessarily.
Can you, from your perspective, say that more than one round went into this vehicle?
It is consistent with that.
Moving, you mentioned there was another hole 43, that goes into the dash right below the bottom of the windshield. This, again, is an indication of potentially more than one round traveling into that vehicle.
It could be, or it could be fragmentation.
You've already described the next vehicle we're going to move to is the white Prius to the left side of the parking lot, or further to the left than the two vehicles we've already looked at.
This one right here.
So with respect to this one, tell the jury what we're looking at.
We are looking at hole 35. That is in the front windshield of a white Prius. This is the external glass, and you can see there are radial cracks going into the vehicle.
When you say radial cracks, it's kind of like that spider web people are familiar with.
Yes, sir.
And then if we go inside that vehicle, what's the second hole you identified?
We are looking at hole number 36 that terminated in the airbag of this vehicle. You can also see the trajectory rod in that 223 or 5.56 caliber and the trajectory cone. So you can see all of those things in this photograph.
The trajectory cone is the cone that you place to help determine the trajectory for the rod when you're placing it through the windshield, as you testified to earlier.
Correct.
And then when you say it went into the airbag, it's like the front pillar along the side of the windshield. That's like a side airbag.
Yes, it's the driver's side A pillar next to the windshield.
And then again, T6 looking at it from the outside with respect to the rod.
Yes, sir.
This one seems pretty logical that it was not something fired from the inside out. But when you're looking at something like a windshield, how do you know which is the entry and which is the exit?
The condition of double paned glass is a great indicator. Sometimes we have to analyze glass if there's been a shootout and the question is, was fire from the inside first or the outside first? So if you exchange fire, we're looking at evidence in those radial cracks to determine if it's from the inside out or, sorry, excuse me. We're looking at the glass for directionality. Is it from the inside or the outside? And then we will assess the radial cracks to see if one shot was fired before the other one.
Judge, at this point, I think it would be a great time to take the morning break if the court's willing. These PowerPoints are massive and I need to load the next few in here.
That's fine. It's about the right time. All right, here's that admonition. I'm reminding you that until the trial is completed, do not discuss this case with anyone by any means. Anyone means anyone. If anyone approaches you and tries to discuss it, let me know about it immediately and make sure you stop them from doing that. Don't read or listen to anything about the case. Don't do any research about the case or the parties. Do not form an opinion. Don't express any opinion until it's submitted to you. We'll see you back here at, I do my math right, 20 till 11. All right, please stand for the jury. Stranger.
Yeah, sure.
Judge, can we have just 1 second to make sure that we got this all on here?
You want me to tell him to hold on?
Just for 1 second. These are just massive and it's taken a while to upload.
Okay.
Sure. We're gonna see.
All right, be seated. And you may continue, Mr. Kuffner, and I can't remember, is your title agent?
No, it's physical scientist, forensic examiner.
All right, I'll just remind you that you are under oath.
Okay.
Thank you.
While we're still talking about the parking lot, I wanted to ask you about a couple of things with respect to your team. Did your team examine every single vehicle in the parking lot for defects?
Yes.
How did they identify which vehicles had been examined and which vehicles had not?
Every vehicle in the parking lot was examined by at least 2 individuals from my team. It would be me and a technician or the technicians. We do this individually and then we mark off on the cars that it has been examined. A lot of these cars were requested by people who had left them in the parking lot. They wanted their cars back. So we tried to do this. It was one of the first things that we did just to rule out that there were any bullet holes or impacts in those vehicles so we could have them returned. We did this by taking blue painter's tape, and one person would rip off a piece, put it on the windshield for part of an X, and then we would complete the X when the second person did their examination. And these examinations are very thorough. You're looking at every surface on the outside of these vehicles. So the tires, the undercarriage, everything. So it took quite a while.
So in some of the additional FBI products, we're going to see those blue X's on windows of vehicles in the parking lot. And I just wanted to be clear, it was your team that put those blue X's on there as a way of making sure you weren't more than 2 times checking each vehicle.
Correct.
Judge, if I could approach,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's 164 to 177. And again, same questions with respect to 164 through 177. Are those fair and accurate representations of diagrams based on the scans as well as the photographs associated with your trajectory work in this case?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I would move to admit 164 through 177
No objection.
Admitted.
and permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury what they're looking at in People's 164.
These are images or graphics of the front, side, and overhead of a white van in the King Soopers parking lot.
And this was the white service van where one of the homicide victims was located when he was killed.
There was a victim in this vehicle.
With respect to these particular diagrams, can you tell us a little bit about how they were created?
These were created with a scanner that takes images and they're overlaid on each other to create the final images.
And this is that Faro scanner, laser scanner that you briefly gave a description of earlier.
Yes, operated by the operational projects unit.
And so they're able to take all of those measurements and put them into some of these three-dimensional images to show the trajectories.
The two-dimensional, yes,
Sorry.
they are.
And with respect to, I just zoomed in on the top down. Can you describe for the jury the two trajectories that we're going to be talking about, T7 and T8, with respect to the white service van?
Yes, these are kind of pointed towards the store. So they're going from approximately north to south. They're going through the driver's side window and they exit through the front windshield. There's also other activity that couldn't be recreated on the opposite side. There was a missing window. So we couldn't tell what had passed through that window at which point.
Based on your examination at the scene and the work you did on this case, is it fair to say that more than one round was fired into this vehicle?
Yes.
Sorry. Moving to 165, tell the jury what they're looking at here.
This is hole 44. This is a very large hole. And again, I cannot say if one or, well, definitely one, but if more than one bullet passed through this glass due to its condition.
And it's the same marking system of basically a large mark showing the size of the hole when you originally arrived on scene in order to preserve that, because conditions can change based on wind and weather or somebody bumping it, anything during the processing.
Correct.
So hole 44 is the first hole where the trajectories that we're going to talk about, T7 and T8, pass through at some point in time.
That's correct. They're both going to pass through this very large hole. I don't actually know exactly where because there was not the glass to tell me where it was.
And then moving to 166, tell the jury what we're looking at there.
This photograph was taken from the driver's seat. It's looking out of the front windshield, and there are two bullet holes that make it all the way through the windshield and multiple impacts.
And with respect to the first trajectory, T7, that goes through the H44, the large hole in the driver's side, and then T7 is determined based on H47, the hole on the left side, kind of the center of all of the holes on the left side of the photograph we're looking at in 166.
That is correct.
And then with respect to T8, again, you indicated in your report went through H44, the driver's side window hole, and then passed through H51. And H51 is on the right-hand side of People's 166.
That is correct.
Can you just point out for the jury one? I think H51 is a little difficult to see, at least for me.
It's this hole right here.
And that was trajectory 8.
Yes, sir.
Again, around hole 47, which was what determined T7. What do we see around that hole?
There are impacts around H47, and this is generally from fragmentation. So this could be fragmentation of something that was hit and is not in the car anymore, or it could be glass or a fragmented projectile.
Are there examples in this particular exhibit that you can show those two different panes and being on different planes as far as the fracturing, or perhaps a later photo would be better?
It's a little difficult with this one, but if you look right here, it would, if this is on the same pane of glass, and you can only tell that when you're actually looking at it with a flashlight to differentiate the pieces of glass. But this would be an example of a radial crack and then another radial crack that stops. So it can't make that jump over missing material to keep cracking. So that intersection where one stops means that it occurred later. Now, glass can continue to fracture after it has been shot. So you'll see this if your windshield gets hit by a rock and that crack keeps, spidering through. So that one happened second if it's on the same plane or pane of glass. But that's an example of it.
So when you say that one happened first, you're talking about H47 in the example you've just shown to the jury. H47 would have occurred first, where that projectile passed through the windshield, causing that spider web in an upward direction. And then I-46 would have happened second because it dead ends, if you will, into one of those spider webs.
It is consistent with that if it's on the same pane of glass. So sometimes you can't tell, it will look like that, but you're actually on two different panes. This wasn't something that was in my report, but this is consistent with that.
While we're sticking with trajectory 7 that went through hole 47, what were you able to determine about its connection to another trajectory we talked about earlier?
Trajectory number 7 actually passes through the windshield and hits the yoga loft and connects to trajectory number 2.
Number 2 or number 3?
I'm sorry, 3.
And to refresh the jury, if we go back to that exhibit, hole number 3 is People's Exhibit 148, the one in the top of the L on the sign.
Yes, hole 3, trajectory 2.
Correct.
We got it.
Explain how you know that from across the parking lot.
So this is something that I used one of my teammates for. We attached a laser to the end of that trajectory rod. This was one of the last things we did before we closed the scene for the night. The laser shoots a dot straight from the end of that steel trajectory rod. And then we had walkie-talkies, and I would call my mentee and ask him what he was seeing, and he saw that it aligned with the T2 trajectory going through the yoga loft. So this is consistent with a projectile entering through that very large hole, hole 44, passing through the windshield and then entering the yoga loft.
And just to be clear, you put the laser on the end of the trajectory rod
In the thing.
T7.
Yes, sir.
So T7 laser shot from the end of the rod, and it goes to hole 3 in the yoga loft.
Correct.
In addition to, and I think we have a close-up in a couple slides, in addition to the driver's side window, you indicated some damage on the passenger side. Can we see that in People's 165?
That's right here. This is another very large hole. So this is an impact or something coming from inside the vehicle to out. And again, that could be fragmentation. That could be a piece of glass, something like that.
So moving over to trajectory number 8. Trajectory 8 was the one that passed through hole 51 that we have a close-up photograph in People's 168.
Yes, sir.
Any ability to determine or to demonstrate different panes that you can see on this, or too hard to tell from a photograph?
It's not a great photo. Sorry.
That's all right. With respect to I-50, the impact on the far left-hand side, that appears to have some other material. Is that consistent with like body material or a person?
Calls for speculation. Lack of foundation.
As to foundation. Sustain.
Have you seen tissue transferred as a part of projectiles in cases you've worked?
Yes, this was considered to be a biohazardous environment. So that's when our technical hazards unit came in and provided the correct PPE. There was also glass and biohazardous material everywhere. So in that regard, we are trained to recognize it and then to protect ourselves as we see fit.
So this was hazardous, biohazard material because it was some kind of blood or tissue.
It was biological in nature.
Moving to 169, we have trajectory rods 7 and 8 in this photograph.
Yes, sir.
And then as we kind of move around to just give different perspectives, in 170, we can see the trajectory rods coming out of the windshield as well as going through the large hole. I believe it was H44 in the driver's side window.
Yes, sir.
Again, just a different angle to try and give perspective in 171 and 172.
Yes.
Same with 173, just a front view.
Yes, sir.
And then 174 basically shows the exit of the trajectory rods and the angle they were coming out of the windshield.
That's correct.
And then what about 175? What is this perspective?
This is from the passenger side of the cab.
Does this also give the jury a good opportunity to see the cones that you've talked about utilizing when determining trajectory from the windshield alone?
Yes, it does.
Can you just point out those cones?
Sure. We have this one and this one. The yellow rods are in the 30 caliber family. That doesn't necessarily mean that a 30 caliber round went through this windshield. It just was a better fit for that size hole. The 223 or 5.56 are the pink rods, and each of them have specific cones that fit the rod.
Talk about why the same caliber would make different size holes.
It just depends on both the material that it's interacting with, as well as the velocity of the round and the stability of that projectile as it's moving through space. So if it hits something that gets off course, sometimes you'll get a keyhole effect where you're looking at something that's tumbling. You'll get like a side profile of the projectile. Sometimes you'll get a hole that's smaller than the projectile. So if you shoot something plastic, it will actually kind of heal up. It just kind of depends on the velocity, the type of projectile, and the substrate or the surface that it's interacting with.
So when you're using the pink rod, that would be somewhat indicative of a bullet traveling through in the, I guess for lack of a better way of saying it, designed traveling straight ahead as it would have been exiting the barrel, as opposed to tumbling or sideways.
Correct. So both of these did not seem to be keyholing or tumbling when they went through the windshield.
Okay. But with respect to the 22 rods, that is the diameter of the bullets coming out of the weapon when fired.
Correct, but that's not necessarily translated to, it's not a one-to-one. So if I can fit a pink rod through something, that's just because it's the best fit. It doesn't necessarily indicate caliber. We don't really work backwards like that. So we don't say, well, the yellow rod fit through, so it's in the 30 caliber family.
And I was doing a poor job of trying to explain why the same caliber could make different size holes. I think you explained it, and when I tried to clarify, it made it worse. Moving to 176, this is a close-up of that passenger side wing window.
Yes, sir.
What observations do you make about that?
This has a large amount of glass missing. This was one of those instances where it appears to be flexed outward. There's also a couple of impacts within it. where there could be multiple events of fragmentation or glass hitting that and breaking it out from the inside.
One of those impacts is impact 54 on the inside of the window that we just showed on the passenger side wing window of the service van.
Correct.
Judge, if I could ask to have the TV shut off so I could switch PowerPoints. All right, now we're going to move inside the store. You were able to determine additional trajectories inside the store as well?
Yes, I was.
Judge, if I could approach, I'm going to hand her 178 to 185. Excuse me. Did you have a chance to take a look at all of those?
Yes.
Same question with respect to 178 to 185. Are they all fair and accurate representations of the diagrams generated from the measurements and the photographs documenting the trajectory work that you observed on scene?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I would move to admit Peoples 178 to 185
No objection.
Admitted.
and permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
So, new diagram. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at in Peoples 183?
Actually, I have 187 as my first.
Did we? I'm sorry.
It's the overall. This is more of a focused view.
Is 183 in that packet?
It is.
Then can we start with 183
Yes, sir.
and have you describe for the jury what they're looking at?
This is a portion of the King Soopers grocery store from an overhead view. So this is focusing on the self-checkout area, the front of the aisles, or the portion of the aisles closer to the front of the store, excuse me. And it kind of encompasses the area between the two separate entrances.
Significant amount of work was done in the front area of the store by the checkout, the registers.
Yes, sir.
And that's really what we see a lot of on this. It's very small and difficult. And when we get to each trajectory, we can zoom in. But I want to start with talking about, actually, I'm going to jump. I've jumped ahead. I think I handed you a different packet. So we're going to jump ahead and do this packet. Actually, Judge, can I have a second just to make sure this is going to not get crazy?
Yes, please.
Can I approach and see what I gave her?
Yes, sir.
Problem solved. I'm on the wrong PowerPoint. If we could take the screens down for a sec. Do you have 178?
Yes, sir.
All right. Fortunately, the PowerPoint's taking a second, Judge. Sorry, Judge, I think I may have tried to melt the court's computer. I had too much going on, but I think we're good now.
Okay, thank you.
All right, back to 178. We're all on the same page. Yes, please. This is the overhead diagram, not focusing on the front of the store, 183 that I was talking about a second ago, but 178 that shows the entire store, correct?
That is correct.
So the first area that we want to talk about is back in the meat and seafood area of the store. Let's see if I
This
can
area.
zoom in. You were able to determine two trajectories. Again, they're in yellow. So can you show the two trajectories that are going to be the first ones inside the store we're going to talk about?
Yes, these are T9 and T10. Right here and right here, going through the back of the meat and seafood section.
Then moving forward to People's 179.
This is an orientation shot.
Okay. And we're ultimately going to be interested in that corner area up above the sink.
Yes, sir.
But this is one of those shots that you talked about initially that doesn't have the markers on it yet.
Correct.
And as we move to 180, this is the little closer shot with the markers of those defects in the area back in the meat and seafood.
Yes, sir.
And then tell us what holes are identified in 181.
We have hole 88 through hole 90. So we have 88, 89, and 90.
And you were able to determine trajectory 9 from hole, trajectory 9 was associated with hole 89 that we see in the middle of the screen.
Yes, sir.
And then trajectory 10 was something you determined based on hole 88 to the right side of the screen.
That is correct.
And again, here are trajectories 9 and 10 with the rods indicating the angle that the projectiles went into the wall.
Correct.
Talk to us about the hole that you did not determine a trajectory for, if you can.
A trajectory needs at least 2 points, or it needs to be passing through an item that can sustain a trajectory rod. So I have to be able to measure that in place, get a vertical and horizontal angle if it's on something like a wall. Hole 9, even though it punctured through, it didn't puncture through in a way that a rod could be sustained and still be meaningful. So it wasn't going to give me information that was accurate about how that projectile entered that part of the wall.
If it's not going to be accurate, you don't guess.
Correct.
It has to be something in order to call it a trajectory and to put a rod in it and say that you can determine it that you're conclusive about.
Yes, sir.
Moving to 183 at this point that the jury saw a second ago. With respect to 183, this is now a trajectory diagram, from the front of the store, correct?
It is. This area was in that white dashed kind of box on exhibit 178. So this is a call out of the front of the store.
I can zoom in a little bit. We have a whole bunch of trajectories in the area of aisle 5. Can you tell the jury how the aisles are denoted when we reference an aisle on the diagram?
Yes, these were clearly marked at the store, so we didn't name these. They were just markers that were already in place at the store, so that's just what we went with.
And so with respect to trajectory 11, can you identify where trajectory 11 is for purposes of the jury on this one?
Yes. Comes from here down.
And trajectory 11, in fact, goes through the aisle 5 marker hanging above that aisle, correct?
Yes, it does.
If we move to Pupils 184, it's very difficult to see on this one, and I'll show you a close-up in a minute, but just from an orientation standpoint, can you just point out trajectory 11?
It's up here in the sign.
And is that just a closer shot indicating or showing where trajectory number 11 went through that aisle 5 sign?
Yes, that's correct. And I used a surveyor's flag for this. They're pretty rigid, and the scanner will pick them up. This is an example of a plastic that you can shoot it with something that has perhaps a 22 caliber in diameter, and then it heals up. So this projectile either was smaller when it passed through this item due to fragmentation, or it was an aspect of the healing of that plastic that it penetrated.
And Judge, if we can take down the screens, I can switch. Judge, if I could approach.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
(186 to 190). Same questions, fair and accurate representation of what you saw and seen in documenting the trajectory work in this case.
Yes.
Move to admit 186 to 190, Your Honor.
No objection.
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
So we looked at that area a second ago above aisle 5 where the trajectory rod you went through the sign above aisle 5. Moving on to trajectories 12, 13, and 14, can you identify for the jury the area where we're going to be looking? I can try and zoom in.
Oh, they're all in this section right here.
When you say this section, you're pointing to the area of aisle 5?
Yes, and 4.
And with respect to all of those little red markers, can you just tell us again what that's showing on the side of aisle 5?
Are you referring to these?
Yes, the ones on the side there.
Those are bullet holes.
Those are the digital or laser measurements for the diagram indicating where each of the holes we're talking about physically was within the store.
Correct. So each one is assigned a unique identifier, and then it is measured or scanned into place. And this is a representation of where they were.
And if we were able to zoom in further, each hole or impact that we're talking about would be labeled with the same number that we're showing on the photographs on this diagram if we had the ability to get closer.
Yes.
So first, trajectory 12. Can you identify for the jury which one of those yellow lines is 12?
12 starts here and it moves over here.
And then 13 and 14 while we have the diagram up?
13 here, here, 14, and here, to here.
Moving forward to People's 186, tell the jury what they're looking at there.
These are trajectories that go through products that were on shelves 1 and 3 at the store.
So these are lower down, closer to the ground.
That is correct.
And this is trajectory 12 is the one on top and trajectory 13 is one on the bottom shelf.
That is correct.
And those correspond to, again, the holes that were identified, and we're not showing all of the things that it passed through with respect to these two particular trajectories.
Correct.
These, in fact, had a number of holes. If you were to pull the product off the shelf, you tracked or traced these particular trajectories for an extended period of time.
Yes, through multiple boxes of food. We just followed the trajectory as it went through all of these items, but they're not all pictured here. They are in my notes and retained in my case file. But for brevity, we just shot the front with the rods.
And your case file documents every single hole or impact in an extensive report.
Yes, it does.
We were just trying to show the trajectories to the best of the ability to the jury in an efficient way.
Yes, sir.
Moving to trajectory number 14, tell the jury where that one is.
This one goes through, it's on shelf 1, so a lower shelf. It's an end cap between, I believe, 4 and 5, aisle 4 and 5. If you had your back to those rice-a-roni boxes, this would be in front of you and down. I couldn't use a steel rod, a trajectory rod, to go through these, so this is another example of using a surveyor's flag.
Why couldn't you use a steel rod with this one?
It would have ripped the bags open and it wouldn't have sustained it.
The chip bags themselves were just not substantial enough to support your metal rods.
Correct.
And then looking at what is associated with that to give some perspective, that you can actually see if you look closely the two rice-a-roni or pasta-roni trajectories that we talked about earlier, T12 and T13 in that picture.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. And to clarify, I was one aisle over, so you wouldn't have your back to the rice-a-roni. You would be facing the rice-a-roni and it would be to your right.
Can you just point out, so we have a perspective on where these three trajectories are on this larger scale, where the first two we talked about, the pasta-roni T12 and T13 are?
Yes. Those two are right here. The other one is right here.
And they're all kind of in the same general direction?
Yes, they are.
With respect to T14, where did T14 originate from with respect to your trajectory determination?
It originated from the floor. So we have a skip right here. The firearm was not being shot up. This is evidence of it skipping up from the ground and kind of kicking up at an upward angle to hit these items.
Would that be consistent with somebody firing the weapon downward into the floor and then it, as you said, skips off the concrete floor and that's how we get an upward trajectory?
Yes. So we removed some of the biohazardous material here and we found sort of like a channel or like a rut in the floor where there was evidence of a bullet moving through it, kind of scraping it. So we had like a little canoe and then kicking up beyond it.
And that was under an area where there was significant biohazardous material.
That is correct.
And then looking closely at impact 24 that you've been discussing, I don't think we labeled it at this point, but I-24 is the origination for trajectory 14.
Yes, sir, it is.
And that's the impact on the floor that you were talking about, that skip to get the upward trajectory as a result of someone firing in a downward manner.
Yes, sir.
Moving to People's 189, tell us where trajectory 15 is.
It is down here. It goes through the bottom box of the spread.
And then again, trying to orient, we have the chips on the bottom shelf. We still have the trajectory rod in from T14, kind of back to the left on People's 189 in this photo.
Yes, this is T14, and this is the bottom shelf under the rice-a-roni on the other side.
So that would be where T13 exited.
That is correct.
And then again, looking to give the perspective of T14, you indicated T14 starts with impact 124 on the concrete, goes through the chips. Can we see the marker where T14 ultimately ends back in the floral department?
Yes. So that would be up here. It's a little impact right there.
And just to be clear, we're talking about 14 that comes off the floor, up through the chips, and then that matches up to the impact that you just pointed out, kind of above what appears to be maybe some glass vases.
Yes, this was an extension of the floral department behind the self-checkout.
That's all associated with T14.
Yes.
And then we get some perspective on T15 in its relationship to T14, looking on the right side of the screen in the bottom of the stack of boxes with the keto bread.
Yes, so this is the continuation of trajectory 14, and this is T15.
You can take the screens down, Judge. Let me talk a little bit about the images the FBI created, the images that we're looking at here. Talk a little bit about the resolution of these photos and the amount of information included in those diagrams.
There is a lot of information in those in the photographs themselves. So they're taken at a very high resolution. I was given a copy for my records, and they were on 2 DVDs. So not something that you could save on a CD. And they're to the point where you can zoom in and you can see like the rifling pattern that's transferred to some of the bullet holes. So very high resolution. We maintain those images separate from other case-related images. So if someone's doing entry photos or evidence photos, those will not appear in the images that are taken for my needs. So the only thing that's in my file is those very high resolution photographs of each bullet hole and impact, going from like in a broader sense to right onto the hole. And then we're stepping back once we label it. So we have kind of the broader sense with all of those labels in association with each other. So every hole and impact and trajectory has a series of photographs that go along with it in very high resolution.
And the fact that they're in very high resolution causes them to be massive from a size perspective for pictures.
Correct.
And the same thing with respect to the trajectory diagrams that we've been looking at. Those diagrams have all of the underlying data with respect to the measurements to precisely locate those labeled markers for each hole, each impact. All of that is put together for that diagram, making it also extremely large.
I can't speak to the size of the file that's associated with it, but basically you're just looking at the tip of the iceberg. So the finished product is just kind of a shot, like a screenshot of all of that information that went in that was collected at the scene and is represented very simplistically. The operational projects unit maintains all of those very large files associated with the data collection. And those might not necessarily be a part of my file, although the end product is.
Part of the inconvenience of having to make your presentation into multiple PowerPoints is that the size of the files just makes it overwhelming, and PowerPoint is no longer stable if we try to do it as one PowerPoint. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Judge, if I could approach,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand her what's been marked as 191 to 198. You're looking at one like I handed you something I shouldn't have.
No, I think I need glasses. I'm just trying to read the trajectory numbers. I got it.
All right, with respect to people's 191 to 198, fair and accurately represent your observations on scene during the trajectory work.
Yes, they do.
Judge, I would move to admit 191 and 198.
No objection.
Admitted. You may publish.
If we could start back with 183 again, the diagram to give us a little orientation. In the upper left-hand corner of 183, would that be the west exit or entrance doors to the store?
Yes,
Can you identify that for the jury?
this is the western entrance.
And we're going to look first at trajectory 16. And hopefully I can zoom in. Can you tell the jury where T16 is?
T16 is from this direction, pointing towards the door.
So it is in the direction of that west exit.
Yes, going north and west.
We're going to see in the next slide, actually two of our trajectories. Right now, we're just focusing on T16. Can you show the jury where T16 is?
T16 enters the receipt box of self-checkout number 3.
And that's the one you just described on the diagram as being fired or being a trajectory towards the west exit.
Yes,
What other trajectory appears on this photo or in this photo?
T18 is in the self-checkout kind of light up above self-checkout number 3. So it's in the bottom corner of this light, and then it goes into the rear portion of this flowers cooler.
And again, this is just showing a different angle towards that west exit. We can see the west exit kind of aligning with the trajectory rod that goes in there behind that register.
Yes, it's right here.
And the west exit, is that to the left of the flowers behind that register?
Correct. This is the western exit right here.
.193 close-up of T16.
Yes, sir.
And with respect to each of these, what do you do to try and continue to trace? We're showing kind of the entrance and where you put your rods, but on many of these, there are a number of additional holes associated with each trajectory. How do you find all those holes?
This is This is why we have to document things very carefully as we're moving through the scene, because sometimes we have to move things out of place. Sometimes we have to disassemble things to get to the ultimate point of a projectile's termination. So for this one, we had to go inside of that receipt machine. So that's why we document everything on the outside first before we go to see its ultimate termination point, which we will label later if we find one.
So again, for purposes of this presentation, we're only seeing a fraction of the work that was done to trace each of the trajectories to its end.
Correct.
Moving to trajectory 17. Tell the jury where 17 went.
17 is passing through two plexiglass-like panels that were surrounding the checkout area. They were suspended from small chains, which you can't really see in this photograph. So here's one and here's the other. And they're moving from east to west. So the western exit is over here, as is the self-checkouts. You can see them here. It's moving from this direction to this direction, passing through.
So it's across the checkout lanes or registers from east to west.
That's correct.
Talk about some of the challenges in determining this particular trajectory based on the nature of the material.
These plexiglass or plastic panels were suspended. This took place during COVID. So they were kind of swinging back and forth from these very tiny chains. So they were constantly moving around. So this picture, obviously it's two-dimensional and they're static, but when we were on the scene, they were kind of just swaying back and forth. So that presented a challenge. When this projectile passed through, they were probably still in motion. And then once hit by a projectile, you have a lot of flexion and movement as well.
Then a different angle of trajectory 17. This is just again showing looking somewhat east, or I'm sorry, looking to the west from the east, consistent with kind of the direction of travel for trajectory 17, the projectile.
That is correct.
Moving on to trajectory 18 that we saw earlier in one of the photographs. Talk about where 18 is.
18 is in the bottom, the bottom corner of this self-checkout light. In the corner, it's like a very hard plastic. It also hit a little bit of the metallic rim that's keeping that hard plastic in place. It exited through the other side of this plastic box and then entered the back of the flower cooler. It mostly made its way in one piece, but it did have some fragmentation in this area.
Looking at that one a little closer in People's 197, we can see a little better that impact into the back of the cooler and that it just clipped the very bottom of that register 3 overhead sign.
Yes.
Looks like there's an additional impact perhaps below, down at the bottom of People's 197.
Right, there's a couple more down here.
And with respect to trajectory, those were some of those that went into the category of you didn't have 2 points where it wasn't traveling through a substance that, or a material that you could determine trajectory.
Correct. With impacts, you don't have anything that would sustain a hole or a secondary point, but you have directionality. So these were moving towards the west.
So again, from east
to west.
to west, kind of across the front checkout registers.
That is correct.
And then moving to the back of that number 3 sign, describe the back of the sign.
This is the back of the sign. The material has fragmented. This was like a very hard plastic that would chip away. And this is basically if you're looking at the back of that sign with your back to the flower cooler.
So there's missing material that would have been blown out from that register 3 sign.
Yes.
Could shut off the screens, Judge. If I could approach.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand her People's 199 to 212.
Thank you.
To People's Exhibit 199 through 212 fairly and accurately represent your observations on scene and taking a look at all of the trajectory work in this case.
Yes, they do.
I would move to admit People's Exhibits 199 to 212, Judge.
No objection.
Admitted and you may publish.
So again, orienting the jury with respect to the next trajectory, we're going to talk about T19. Can you describe for the jury where T19 is?
It starts here, goes through this, ends there.
When you say goes through this, that would be like a display drink cabinet?
It is a water cooler and I believe like a candy display with candy and gift cards at the end of aisle 10. Between checkout 13 and 14.
Explain to the jury where we're looking with respect to T19.
This is the original point on T19. It enters the bottom kind of venting area of this water cooler, drink cooler thing.
Close up with T19, same thing, just a closer picture so we can see the actual number on the trajectory rod. Tell us what 201 shows.
This is the exit of that projectile on the opposite side. This was like a composite or compressed wood, so you see a lot of splintering when it breaks apart.
So what we're looking at now is a display on the back side of that cooler.
Yes, in between those two checkout areas.
So it went into the front of the drink cooler in the bottom through that and then exited out this Blistex Carmex display rack on the back side of that.
Correct.
And that's T19.
Yes, it is.
Moving to 202, a zoomed in version of the diagram. Can you identify where, just because we were there, T19 is on this one, just to be clear of where that display was?
It goes from here to here, down aisle 10, moving from approximately south to north, moving through that drink cooler and then that candy display.
Which direction, just to be clear, was that trajectory?
From the southern part of the store to the northern part.
Okay. And that's in aisle 10.
Yes, sir, aisle 10.
And then if you could discuss the locations of trajectory 20, 21, and 23.
20, 21 Are you talking about 23 here or 22?
I'm sorry, I may have misstated it. 20, 21, and 22.
20 is in this, I believe it was like a fruit snacks display, as is 22. And 21 goes through some cards and a kind of a display item at the end of the end cap of aisle 10.
And in talking about the ones that go into that display in kind of the middle of aisle 10, talk about what you do in processing your trajectory with respect to where items are located when you're doing your work.
Everything is measured in place. So that doesn't necessarily mean that it was in this position when the shooting occurred. Especially with movable items like a display like this, where it could be pushed out of place to render aid or during the shooting for some other reason. We just do the best we can and we scan it in place. So we don't change anything. We don't try to make it make sense. We don't put anything back to where we think it might have been, unless it is absolutely certain that it can be placed exactly where it is. And by this, I mean, we know that the door was shut and locked when it was shot. We can put it back into the frame and secure it in that area. Or if you shoot through a picture frame and you can hang the picture back on the wall, something like that. This we couldn't put back into place exactly, so we just left it as is. And then that's a caveat and kind of a limitation of my examinations.
So in this particular case, you just took the trajectory that we see here on the diagram, exactly where the display was. How was that display situated when you examined it?
It was it was kind of diagonal to the pathway that you would take down aisle 10. So the back of it was not flush with the rest of the shelving.
So we end up with a trajectory that's kind of across aisle 10 as a result on this diagram for those two trajectories.
That's right, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that is where the bullet holes or excuse me, the bullets or projectiles came from. So if this display had its rear facing in alignment with the back of the shelves, it would have been turned this way, which would have turned the trajectories to be down aisle 10 instead of kind of running into the side here.
So again, moving to People's 203, this is the trajectory T20 that you described into that display boxes.
Yes, it is.
And we can actually see the two holes that were used to determine where's the first hole with respect to T20.
It is on the outer perimeter of this display box. So it's right here, hole 72. It continues on and enters a box of fruit snacks at H154.
And then moving on with People's 204. This is hole 132 that corresponds with T21.
Yes, it is.
It's a little bit hard to see. Can you identify where that hole is?
Yes, this one's very hard to see. Could we progress one more image?
Sure.
There we are. So this is a tiny fragment that went through, I believe this is like a gift card bag hanging from an aisle.
And we're on 205 now. And if we go back to 204, can you show the jury generally where the second hole that you used to determine trajectory for T21 was?
It's up here in the corner.
And you're pointing to the very top. You can see kind of the bottom of the display, but you can't actually see the hole.
Correct.
Why didn't you put a trajectory rod in this so we could see it?
It definitely would not sustain a trajectory rod or even a surveyor flag.
Because it's just paper.
And it's a fragment. It's very tiny.
And again, moving forward now to People's 206, does this shot do a better job of representing what you were trying to explain about this display kind of being cattywampus in the aisle and not flush with its back against the wall or against the racks on the side?
That's correct. So it was probably pushed forward, so it was flush with the path of travel, but we don't know that. So it was just scanned into place as is.
And this one, we are actually looking at the trajectory rod that's in the very bottom of that same display that we looked at earlier when we were looking at the one that went through the top of that display.
That's right.
And this one is T22, the one on the bottom.
Yes, it is.
And can you just, for the jury, point out on the photograph up there what we're looking at?
Moving from south to north down aisle 10. It starts on the back side of this display and enters the bottom part.
So that would have been a projectile traveling from the back of the store towards the front of the store.
That is correct.
And there's additional biohazard material on that particular aisle 10.
Yes, sir.
Moving back to the front of the store for People's 207 or trajectory 23. Where's 23 in that exhibit?
Let's see, I don't have the aisle number, but it is going through the express lane sign indicator. This was in front of the eastern exit.
And it again would have been east to west.
Yes. East to west.
In the direction we're looking, it would have been a projectile traveling from where we're looking through the sign, going down across the checkout registers.
That is correct.
Moving to People's Exhibit 208, showing trajectory 24. Tell us where 24 is.
24 enters the back of self-checkout number 22. So it's right here. It enters the back of the checkout station.
And self-checkout 22 is the immediately inside the east doors to the store.
Yes, if you were to come in the eastern entrance, it's directly on your right. It's the first checkout station on your right.
And again, biohazardous material below where that trajectory went into the back of the register.
Yes, sir.
Close up indicating the where it entered the back of that equipment.
Yes, at hole 77.
And again, this is T24 in the back of that self-checkout.
Yes, sir.
Here's another example of where you trace this all the way through. Did you actually find a projectile associated with T24?
So again, I don't collect projectiles, but I did trace its ultimate path throughout this machine. And we did locate where it was terminated.
Where did that projectile terminate?
Through the coin slot on the front of the machine. Like the coin return area.
Moving back to People's 183, I'm interested in talking about just showing the jury on this particular diagram, the ones we just talked about, the T23 and T24.
Okay. T24 is up here and T23 is right here.
Both again from a trajectory kind of originating in the area of just inside the east doors and then being fired. Trying to get my directions.
In a southwest direction.
Southwest direction.
Yes, sir.
Can you also, let me go to the next slide. So this one denotes that the ones we were just talking about, kind of a similar trajectory with just a slight deviation between those two. Tell us about The next one we're going to talk about at the bottom there that's partially covered by the exhibit sticker.
T25 is
Yes.
down in the lower right-hand corner, and that is moving from the east to the west. The entrance, the eastern entrance is right here. So T25 is right there. As soon as you kind of pass this last checkout station number 20, and you enter the big aisle in front of all of the checkout stations.
What's on the right-hand side of that diagram? Would that be like the customer service area of the store to the right there?
This is the customer service, and then the pharmacy is in this corner over here.
And again, T25 is east to west, kind of coming directly across in front of the aisle that would come in front of the customer service area.
Yes, customer service is here. T25 is here. Kind of when you pass into this main thoroughfare throughout the store. So like there's a big aisle just beyond all of the checkout stations that goes from one side of the store to the other. And that's where it is, in front of the eastern entrance.
And then taking a look at T25, where did that projectile travel?
This one is going from east to west. So it enters the outside of this chip or cracker display, and it continues on through many boxes of chips.
And these boxes of crackers and chips were stacked multiple boxes high and were at an elevated position of maybe 5 or 6 feet off the ground.
I think, yeah, 4 or 5 feet probably.
Can you show the jury where the next one, T26, is located?
Okay, T26.
Let me
Yeah.
let me see if I can zoom in for you.
It's in this. There we are. This area here.
And again, that's that customer service area kind of near to where T25 is into the stacked chips and crackers.
Yes, and I should note that this is a top-down version, so this is kind of a compressed view. This was actually in some air duct work at the very ceiling of the store. So it kind of looks like these are on the same plane because they are. That's how the graphic is, from the top down. But in reality, if you're looking at the vertical, they're quite different.
Did it create some challenges with respect to photographing and documenting this particular trajectory 26?
Yes, these were like 30 feet in the air. So we had to get a special ladder. Photographing them was difficult. Labeling them was difficult because they're at the very ceiling of that store.
And here, describe what the jury's looking at with respect to trajectory 26.
This is the bottom portion of that ductwork. This is the entry of that projectile. And then a little fragment that causes a separate hole.
Describe what you're seeing or what you conclude based on what you see here. Just like if you could, sorry, I'm not articulating my question very well. Can you just describe using the diagram what the projectile that fragmented, where it went and where it impacted?
Sure. We're getting some information about how it engaged with the material and then fragmented. So kind of engages here and then hits here. So it's kind of like a boat, like it's engaging and getting deeper into the material.
So did some of that projectile continue on into the duct while one piece kind of sheared off and then impacted at that second location?
Yes.
And then what do we see in People's Exhibit 212?
These are the exits. So this is where it popped out of the kind of the side. So what we were looking at before is directly under, and then this is to the side, a little bit closer to the front of the store.
So I'm understanding it kind of went through the bottom of the air duct and then out the side of the air duct.
Yes, and this is on the side of the customer service.
Judge, if we can shut off the TVs for a second. Judge, I'm going to approach with 213 to 224 marked for identification. Same questions. People's Exhibits 213 through 224 fairly accurately represent what you observed on scene and the measurements taken by the folks on your team.
Yes, sir.
Move to admit 213 through 224.
No objection.
Admitted. How much more do you have approximately?
Judge, I think I have probably 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, we'll continue and then we'll break for.
Permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
Starting with People's 178, zooming in so we can get a feel for the trajectories 27, 28, and 29 that we want to talk about next. Can you describe where those are located?
Yes, they are located down aisle 15. The northern part of the store is up at the top. This is the southern part. They're moving from north to south. And we have 28 and 29 going from kind of this aisle down through a display of supplements and then hitting this wall and this drink display here.
Moving to People's 213, can you tell us what 3 trajectories appear in that photo and where they're at?
We have T27, 28, and 29, and they scrape across some Enfamil baby formula up at the top. You'll see a skip. They enter the bottom here as well. At T28, they're entering the supplements kind of in the middle, and T29 down at the bottom of the supplement display.
And again, these are shots that were filed from the front of the store towards the back of the store down aisle 15.
Yes.
And then the exit for those same 3 trajectories. This is just the backside of that same display.
Yes, from the top down, you have 27, 28, and 29.
Where is trajectory number 30?
30 is right here at the end cap of the display on aisle 11.
And I guess I could have zoomed in to make it easier.
And it is basically going from east to west. So this is a gift card display here. It entered a bunch of gift cards and then terminated within that display area.
And again, we see T23 above it, somewhat similar trajectory as far as the area of that east entrance in that southwest direction of travel.
Yes.
And this is just a photograph of T30.
Yes, I only labeled the top card in the stack and where it terminated going through the back of like that pegboard that it was sitting on.
So there were additional holes. We're just not showing them here.
Correct.
And then to give some perspective, this is looking down that aisle just to show that it was somewhat perpendicular with the aisle across the front of the store again.
Yes.
And finally, with respect to the final trajectory, 31, where was 31 located?
31 was in a grocery cart. I believe it was in aisle 15.
Any idea where that grocery cart was when a projectile passed through it?
No, that's a transient item. So we just labeled it in place and then noted general directionality within relationship to the grocery cart. So it moved through one part of the grocery cart to another, but where that grocery cart was during the scene, I can't tell you.
Again, trajectory 30, this is the H20, which was the entrance into that grocery cart.
Yes, sir.
And H21 is the second hole that you use to determine the trajectory.
Yes, sir.
I want to talk very briefly about some of the additional items or additional defects you located that were not associated with trajectory.
Yes.
I want to move to the area of the front of the store, the east vestibule or breezeway, and show you people's 219. What are we seeing in 219 that your team examined?
This is the breezeway before you get to the entrance that takes you inside next to the eastern self-checkouts. So this is that eastern entrance. These are bullet holes that originate from inside the store and are going out. So there's lots of fragmentation. There is also some missing glass. Like if you were to go beyond this and into the store, there were 2 glass windows that were completely blown out when I arrived. So if they had passed through those at one point, creating that fragmentation, I can't tell you. But we have some bullet holes that go directly from the inside of the store to the outside of the store.
And this is the front of the store, the front of that east doorway.
Yes, and they're consistent with going south to north, so towards the parking lot area.
So back of the store towards the front of the store.
Yes, sir.
Close up of one of those holes. This is H4.
Yes,
And again, you can say with certainty this was from inside the store to outside.
yes. And this one is taken from the outside parking lot looking into the store. And this is from the inside of the store facing out to the parking lot, exhibit 221.
Again, number of holes and impacts on that external glass traveling out of the store.
Yes, sir.
With respect to this particular hole, I think it's hole 19. Where is it on this photo? Let me cheat and we'll go to the next one for you.
There we go. Right here. So
And then-
this was the condition of the safety glass or that tempered glass that we saw on the scene.
And if we go back to people's 222, that's the same window that we just looked at on the close-up shot for hole 19.
Yes, and these are the doors that also had glass in them that was missing by the time we arrived.
And then finally, people's 224, this is a close-up of the hole 19 in that inner glass, if you will, to the vestibule or breezeway.
That is correct.
Judge, I have no further questions for this witness.
I have no questions for her, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may be excused and you're also released from your subpoena. Thank you. All right, we'll break for lunch. I read you essentially the admonition when we broke earlier this morning. Just remind you that stays with you throughout the end of the trial, and it's submitted to you for your deliberations. Don't talk to anyone, don't express or form an opinion, don't do any research on anything related, and report anything that happens to me immediately. It's been my determination that to move the case along, we actually need a 90-minute lunch in order to give the parties time that they can utilize. So for at least the next several days, we'll be breaking until Wednesday. All right, thank you. Jury. All right, you want to bring him in? Sure. Oh, yeah. All right, thank you. You may be seated. Good afternoon. Get started, Mr. Kuffner.
Judge, the people would call Dr. Meredith Frank.
You got it, right around here. Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. You want to place that stuff down and I'll swear you in before you have a seat. And the record reflects she has it turned over. All right, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do not.
You notice that I said you had turned over your notes, if you'll keep them turned over until Mr. Kuffner indicates otherwise.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead.
Go ahead and have a seat. Thanks.
When you're comfortable, go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury and tell them who you are, how to spell your last name, and what you do.
Hello, my name is Meredith Frank, spelled Frank, and I am a forensic pathologist.
What does a forensic pathologist do?
A forensic pathologist performs medical procedures such as autopsy to help come to the cause and manner of death of an individual when the death is sudden or unexpected or otherwise unexplained.
Talk a little bit about your work history and career that has progressed as a forensic pathologist.
Yes, I have completed the required education and training, which includes completion of medical school and obtaining a medical degree, followed by a complete general pathology residency. I have obtained this required board certification of anatomic and clinical pathology, followed by 1 year of focused training, again, primarily forensic autopsy pathology. It's called a fellowship. I also completed the required board certification upon completion of fellowship in the subspecialty of forensic pathology. And in between those years, I did 1 year of internal medicine on top of that. So I've completed the training, education, and board certification in order to work as a forensic pathologist here in Colorado. I do hold a medical license as well to perform these procedures and determine cause and manner of death in the forensic setting.
How long have you been practicing as a forensic pathologist?
Since 2009, when I commenced my fellowship, so it's been over 14 years of full practice of forensic pathology.
During that time period, approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
Approximately 3,900 full autopsies in the medico-legal setting.
And have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology before?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
In different levels of court systems, I've testified approximately 90 times. That's involving court, city, and state and federal level court systems.
In what states have you testified as an expert?
Colorado, Alaska, and Texas.
Just kind of start from the time you started to practice forensic pathology and tell us about your work history.
Upon completion of my fellowship in Dallas, I served as an assistant medical examiner and teaching physician within that system, again in Dallas. After about 8 months of that work, I decided to have a change of scenery. I went to Alaska to complete medical autopsies there. I performed, again, serving the state of Alaska at that time for about 3 years. And then I moved here to the Denver area, and I perform autopsies for various counties in this region.
What counties do you do autopsies for here in Colorado?
I'm contracted to serve Boulder, Summit, and Clear Creek counties at this time. I also have served Gilpin briefly, and I also hold a full salaried position with the city and county of Denver as a full-time assistant medical examiner, and I run the fellowship there.
What experiences do you have teaching or writing?
This is a good segue because that teaching role is a big part of my job in Denver. That fellowship director position requires at least 20 hours of curriculum and teaching. That's to the fellow. In addition to that, I teach residents and students within the medical field. They want more experience within my expertise. So I do some didactic teaching or classroom lecture, as well as procedure teaching at that job.
Judge, I would tender Dr. Frank as an expert in forensic pathologist, as an expert in forensic pathology at this time.
No voir dire or objection.
All right, she'll be qualified as an expert in that field.
Dr. Frank, I want to talk generally about when you perform an autopsy, just the steps and the approach that you take as a doctor.
The autopsy is a procedure, again, which I've said, but I'll have to entertain many steps that are taken. There are the beginning steps of the case where I first view the outsides of the body bag, make sure I understand how the body is received. And then from then on, it's a layer by layer approach. I look at the external surfaces of the body with the clothes on, and then again with the clothes off after the body is cleaned. This all does comprise for me the initial steps of the autopsy, followed by a Y-shaped incision to then expose the internal organs. I examine each vital organ and body cavity. We weigh the organs. I examine them for trauma, as well as something that may be of a natural disease. A nature of the natural processes are also diagnosed at that time. So followed by examination of the head. I also examine the brain and the dura that covers the brain. And sometimes there are special procedures to look at the deeper tissues on the back and extremities, but that's not as common. One step that I omitted, I'd like to say that at the beginning, before ever washing the body, we retrieve as much evidence as possible, including, if it depends on the case, but clothing or any bullet fragments or anything of that nature is recovered before the body is ever washed.
Do you follow these steps in every autopsy you perform?
A lot of the steps depend on the case. For example, if a case has a concern for an object being in the body, I would want a radiograph or X-ray done before ever opening the bag. So on certain cases, I do everything that I just said and some X-rays on top of that.
During that external examination that you described, first with the clothes on and then with the clothes off, what are you looking for?
I simply describe what I see. So when I see an individual who has a certain identifying characteristic or an evidence of natural disease, I will document that. But I also am looking for injuries, and I certainly hope to describe those to every detail that I can.
So you're looking for things like a gunshot wound?
Yes.
you were looking for defects in clothing that might be associated with some type of an injury.
Yes,
In this particular case, you did autopsies on 5 of the victims.
yes,
You did the autopsies on Denny Stong, Lynn Murray, Terry Leiker, Jody Waters, and Suzanne Fountain.
yes,
I could approach, Judge.
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification as People's Exhibits 301 through 305. Doctor, go ahead and take a look at People's Exhibits 301 through 305. What are Exhibits 301 through 305?
these exhibits are diagrams which I created that represent the injuries identified on these victims.
On the 5 victims I just described.
That is correct.
Fairly and accurately identify on these diagrams the locations you saw the injuries?
Yes,
I would move to admit 301 through 305, Judge.
No objection.
All right, they'll be admitted. You're
And
free to publish when necessary.
we could have the screens. Let's start first, Dr. Frank, with Denny Stong. Mr. Stong, according to the medical records and history you reviewed, was a 20-year-old male.
yes,
Did he appear consistent with that at the time of autopsy?
yes,
That autopsy was performed on March 23rd of 2021 at about 6:45 p.m.
yes,
Did you follow the procedure that you've described for conducting the autopsy with the external examination and then the internal examination?
yes.
Using the diagram, if you can identify where you observed gunshot wounds and briefly describe them for the jury.
Denny Stong had gunshot wounds of the upper torso or trunk, and most of them involved, as described in the diagram, the chest and the back and intervening organs.
And you have some notations. Some of the locations are marked with a O, some with a P, and some with an X. Explain what you used those notations to mean.
The O is an entrance wound where the bullet entered the body. An X is an exit wound where a bullet exited the body. And a P is projectile, where I recovered or saw on the X-rays a dense fragment consistent with either a fragment of a bullet or a whole bullet.
The numbering system that you've used for the gunshot wounds in this case and that you use in all cases, does it have any relationship to the order in which the gunshots occurred?
No, I have no idea the order in which they were sustained.
How is your numbering system? How do you pick what's 1, 2, 3?
I follow the entrance sites from head to toe in order to designate the wounds 1, 2, and 3.
So starting with entrance wound number 1, can you describe where that injury was on Denny Stong?
Yes, gunshot wound entrance site number 1 is in the right shoulder.
And can you describe where it went?
Yes, the hemorrhagic track, the bleeding was very easy to connect with a defect traveling through the chest, the right lung, and into the left shoulder.
So it went through the chest cavity.
Yes.
What damage was done as it traveled through?
There was a large hole in the lung on the right side and a large collection of blood. There were 1,250 milliliters, a large amount of blood in the right chest cavity.
And with respect to a projectile associated with gunshot wound number 1, were you able to locate a projectile?
Yes.
How did you locate it in that particular case?
in the X-ray, there were tiny bullet fragments embedded in his left shoulder.
And that is the location denoted by the P with the line to gunshot wound number 1.
Yes,
You were not able to recover those particular projectiles.
correct.
Moving to gunshot wound number 2 on Mr. Stong, can you describe that wound for the jury?
This gunshot wound entered on the lateral or the very far side of the right chest, and it went through the chest wall. It went through the right lung as well, and it also exited the front of the left chest.
When you say lateral wall, are you talking kind of side under the armpit?
Yes,
What damage did that gunshot wound create?
this one, as I recall, was also very damaging to the right lung, creating a lot of bleeding. So similarly, that same volume of blood was released into the chest cavity. And his aortic, meaning the large vessel as it leaves the heart, the aorta had a hole in it as well. And there was a lot of blood collecting around that area.
The gunshot wound number 2 was also associated with rib fractures and a sternum fracture.
That is correct. The chest wall has bones of ribs and sternum that were fractured as well.
Were you able to locate a projectile or exit associated with gunshot wound number 2 on Mr. Stong?
Yes.
Where?
The exit was in the upper left chest.
As denoted by the X with the line to the number 2 gunshot?
Yes.
Based on there being an exit wound, was any projectile recovered associated with gunshot wound 2?
No.
Moving to gunshot wound number 3 on Mr. Stong, can you describe it for the jury?
Yes. Gunshot wound number 3 entered the right back, as you can see depicted by the O. So it goes in the back through the soft tissues and then again through some ribs, the right lung, back through, or again through more ribs, and then lodges in the right shoulder.
And were you able to recover a projectile associated with entry gunshot wound number 3?
Yes.
Where was that recovered from?
It was near the right shoulder blade and shoulder region, which was also fractured, as I recall. And there was a bullet in the tissues of the right shoulder.
When you recovered that, can you describe for the jury what you saw?
I recall, yes, I do remember there were 2 pieces recovered. So there was one gray core fragment and then a yellow metal tip or triangular shaped rifle round bullet fragment from the right shoulder.
These 3 gunshot wounds ultimately resulted in Mr. Stong's death.
Yes.
Talk to the jury about the 2 things pathologists ultimately find being manner and cause of death and the differences.
I'll start with cause of death. Now, that is what puts an individual at a compromised state where ultimately it ends in the cessation or stopping of heart and brain activity. So whatever it is that starts the event that puts into a chain of events leading to the end of the life. So in this case, the gunshot wounds were the cause of death. Manner of death is a different portion of the death certificate that we complete that designates the kind of the circumstances around the death, how the death came about. And we only have 5 choices for the manner of death in the state of Colorado. We have the choices of natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and then cannot be determined or undetermined manner. So those are our differences between cause, which is the physiologic abnormality that causes the death of a person, and then the manner of death is how it's classified.
With respect to the 5 causes, or I'm sorry, the 5 manners of death, who says that you only have 5 choices in Colorado?
Well, there are only 5 boxes on the death certificate for me to choose from. So I just do my best to classify, and it is up to me. It is my opinion how that is classified.
And that standard in forensic pathology is to select the best of those 5 fitting the circumstances of a case.
Yes.
So again, in this case, cause of death was gunshot wounds to the trunk.
Well, specifically, it's very close. Gunshot wounds of the trunk.
Okay. Tell us the difference.
Well, to the trunk would mean only entering at that site, but this involves a full, it's perforating and also penetrating a full part of the trunk. So of the trunk better encompasses the multiple injuries.
And with respect to Mr. Stong, what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Move on to Lynn Murray. I'm now displaying People's Exhibit 302. Miss Murray was a 62-year-old female,
I believe so.
and the autopsy was conducted on March 23rd, 2021 at about 1:10 p.m. Or I'm sorry, yes, about 1:10 p.m. in the afternoon.
Yes, that is correct.
You performed the autopsy consistent with what you described at the beginning, external and internal examination.
Yes.
So starting at the top, with respect to Miss Murray, tell the jury about gunshot wound number 1 as you've labeled it.
Gunshot wound number 1 is a gunshot wound of the left arm, and it is very superficial. It goes in the back of the arm, as you can see with the O depicting the entrance site, and then only involves soft tissue of the left arm and exits pretty close along the lower part of the lower part of the left arm.
Would gunshot wound number 1 have been fatal in and of itself?
No.
Moving to gunshot wound number 3, or I'm sorry, to number 2, tell the jury about that one.
Well, I had to group numbers 2 and 3, so it's something I'll explain. Sometimes if there are wound tracks that are so close together, I can't tell. Once they converge, then I'll simply consider them together as one. I know here we have 2 different entrances, number 2 and 3. I can't differentiate very well. After they both enter the body, they converged. So there are multiple injuries within similar parallel wound paths at this right buttock and right lower back entrance sites. After that, there are a lot of injuries with the pelvis and peritoneal or inside the abdominal cavity. So shall I list the injuries?
Please.
After entering the right lower back and buttock, the pelvis is shattered. There are other hemorrhagic or very bleeding areas because the arteries in that area, the lower part of the aorta and the iliac vessels, those are just large vessels that provide blood to the lower part of the body. Those were completely obliterated and bleeding. And then further, the other organs, the stomach, intestines, the tissues between those areas called the mesentery, the liver, all were perforated by these 2 wound tracks.
So you're certain from the external examination that there were 2 separate entry wounds as far as number 2 and number 3?
Yes.
And the way I understand it, once they entered the body, the tracks became kind of so close together that you couldn't determine what injuries were caused by the projectile entering gunshot wound number 2 and the one entering number 3.
That is correct.
Moving to, actually, let me back up. I should have asked you about this sooner. How are you able to determine the difference between the entrance wounds and exit wounds?
Well, I look at the surfaces of the surface of the body around the wound, and that helps me understand if a bullet is entering the body, it will scrape the sides of the skin. And so at an entrance site, I see an abrasion. And for all of these wounds that are designated as entrance sites, I saw an abrasion around the edges, again, because the bullet scrapes as it goes in. And in contrast, as a bullet leaves the body, it can just poke through and tear as it comes out. So an exit has an irregular shape, usually, sometimes a star-like shape or a tearing slit-like shape. No abrasion is present on the exit wounds.
Sorry, I didn't ask you to explain that earlier. Moving to gunshot wound number 4 on Miss Murray, can you describe the location and what damage was caused?
And just to clarify, we're on number 4 now?
Yes.
Yes. So number 4, I've designated, of course, it's the furthest below the head. So I don't know what order these occurred, but this is the one of the right hip that you can see has an entrance and exit wound that are fairly close to each other. Again, this one is just through the soft tissues of the right hip and does not have any significant associated injuries.
And with respect to Miss Murray, were you able to recover any projectiles from her body?
Yes.
Can you tell us where and what?
As I mentioned, within the wound tracks number 2 and 3, the liver was involved. Just above the injury in the liver, I was able to identify a piece of a bullet in the right upper abdomen. And so I just designated that bullet fragment right upper abdomen.
Can you describe what you recovered?
I cannot recall, but I could refer to my notes to be more specific.
Judge, I would ask the court to give her an opportunity to refer to her notes with respect to the projectile recovered from Miss Murray.
If that'll refresh your memory, and then when you refresh your memory, if you turn your notes back over, you bet. Go ahead.
Yes. Yes, I have referred to my notes and they did refresh my memory. For Ms. Murray, the recovery was what I called an intact rifle round. It was a triangular shape tip with a pretty intact, just very minimally bent jacketing.
What color was the tip?
It was green.
With respect to Miss Murray, what was the cause of death?
Gunshot wounds of the trunk and extremities.
And with respect to Miss Murray, what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Moving to People's 303, you performed the autopsy on Terry Leiker on March 23rd, 2021 at about 10:45 a.m.
Yes.
And Miss Leiker was a 51-year-old female.
Yes.
Again, you followed all the steps you've described with the external and internal examination.
Yes.
Starting at the top with gunshot wound number 1, can you describe wound number 1 for the jury?
Wound number 1 is a gunshot wound of the trunk into the head. So the bullet entered the upper right back, as it designated by the O in the diagram, traveled through the soft tissues or muscles of the back and neck, and then entered into the head, stopping in the skull just under the right side of the brain.
And with respect to that gunshot wound number 1, it would have had to have some type of an upward trajectory within the body?
Yes, it was sharply upward and slightly to the left.
With respect to gunshot wound number 1, can you describe the damage that it caused?
Yes, primarily the portion involving the head was the most severe and damaging. There were extensive fractures along the back and center of the skull itself. And when the skull broke, it tore the tissues around it. So there was the pressure effect of the bullet that also damaged and tore the dura, which is an overlying really thick membrane covering the brain. And the brain itself was also very torn and bleeding in this area.
With respect to that gunshot wound number 1, were you able to recover a projectile?
Yes,
Where?
there were tiny fragments and one, what I remember is a tip as well in the right basilar skull. Again, the lower and center of the skull had a dispersed number of fragments in that area.
Do you recall the color of the tip of the projectile?
Yes, it was green as well.
Moving to gunshot wound number 2 on Miss Liker, can you describe gunshot wound number 2?
Yes, the gunshot wound number 2 is a gunshot wound of the trunk into the neck. And I say that because it entered the left side of the back, went through the ribs, left lung, and all the way upward into this area just below the left neck at the collarbone or clavicle, which was also broken.
With respect to the upward trajectory of these wounds, the upward path, can you describe for the jury the possible positioning when these gunshot wounds occurred?
Objection, calls for speculation outside of the expertise.
I think she can answer the question yes or no, whether she's able to do that.
Are you able to do that, Doctor?
And the question is, am I able to say the position of the decedent when she was shot?
Or further explain the direction the bullet was traveling into the body?
I can explain the direction the bullet is traveling into and through the body, yes.
So describe that for the jury.
Overruled.
For both wounds, the bullet is traveling upward, primarily upward, but then also deviates very slightly towards the left for number 1. And it looks like it's pretty straight up and back to front for number 2. And may I add a significant portion of the path for number 2?
Yes.
I failed to mention that the great vessels of her heart, again, the aorta, which provides blood to the rest of the body, from the heart to the rest of the body, that had a perforation as well, leading to a lot of bleeding in this area.
Going back to gunshot wound number 1 and how steeply upward the trajectory was in the body, if somebody were standing upright, in order to achieve that, somebody would have to be laying on the ground and firing up into their body?
Objection, improper, calls for speculation.
You need to lay a foundation sustained.
Judge, she's testified as to the angle. I think that asking her what would be consistent with that angle is appropriate.
Again, ask the question indicating that she's not speculating, that she can do that based on her training and experience. Otherwise, the objection is sustained.
Based on your training and experience, let me give it to you as a hypothetical with respect to this particular trajectory. Would this be consistent with the trajectory of gunshot wound number one, someone laying on the ground and firing up into the back, resulting in the projectile depositing in the head?
I'm gonna object again, 401, 403. Still speculative as well.
Overruled.
I have had training and experience in this sense of how a gun is fired, leading to injuries of an individual. And I've had cases which were involving a person being shot from below, whether they're standing or lying down, or however. It just means the bullet is in a direction as the gun is fired, it goes in a straight direction. And the scenario as relayed by this question would be possible if a person was lying on the ground and shooting upward. It could result in injuries seen in Ms. Laker.
Would it also be consistent with somebody firing on a horizontal plane if the victim were bent over? If it entering the bottom of their back, traveling in what would be an upward trajectory in the body and depositing in the head?
Yes.
With respect to Ms. Laker, what was the cause of death?
Gunshot wounds of the trunk into the head and neck.
And with respect to Ms. Laker, what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Moving on to People's Exhibit 304. Performed the autopsy on Jody Waters, again, March 23rd, 2021 at about 4:20 p.m.
Yes.
Ms. Waters was a 65-year-old woman.
Yes.
You followed the procedures you've described with the external and internal examination during her autopsy.
Yes.
Looking at People's Exhibit 304, let's start with, again, gunshot wound number one, and have you describe it to the jury.
Gunshot wound number one was a perforating gunshot wound. Excuse me, I'll correct myself. A penetrating wound of the head, meaning it entered the left cheek. It went through the structures of the face, the brain, and its dura covering the brain, and it was lodged, the actual bullet was lodged in the right side of the brain.
Significant damage to the brain as a result of gunshot wound number one on Ms. Waters.
Yes.
And were you able to recover that projectile?
Yes, it was recovered from the pulpified portion of the brain on the right side.
Can you describe what that was consistent with the recovered projectile?
As I recall, it also had a pointed tip, yellow metal covered jacket, consistent with other rounds I'd seen. But I'd have to refer to my notes to be specific. Otherwise, I would just keep it general.
Judge, or Dr. Frank, if you were to refer to your notes, would it refresh your recollection as to the projectile?
I could be more specific.
Judge, I would ask permission to allow her to refresh her recollection.
She may. Thank you.
Thank you. I needed to refresh my memory from my notes. And indeed, these are described as two fragments of yellow metal jacket. No mention of coloration of a tip or anything of that nature, but they were recovered, as I said, from the head. They were just so deformed and stripped as they had gone through the bone. I couldn't characterize them otherwise.
Were they consistent with rifle rounds?
But yes, I could say for sure they were consistent with rifle round fragments.
Moving to gunshot wound number two, can you describe that wound?
Yes. Gunshot wound number two entered the right shoulder, and it went through the structures of the right chest to include the lung, the diaphragm or the muscle, which is, used for breathing, the heart, as well as an area in the left side of the chest. So basically it went through the right and then center and then left chest, stopping again as two fragments that were recovered from the area in that left side of the trunk.
And you mentioned the heart. That gunshot wound number 2 also caused damage to the lung and liver.
The right lung and the liver, right just underneath the diaphragm, were also involved.
And with respect to that, was there a projectile recovered?
Yes.
You said there was, I'm sorry. What was the nature of the projectile?
One fragment, which looked like the base of a rifle round. It was fairly round and distinct. That was recovered from just underneath the 6th rib on the left side. But then another piece, which was a very distinct tip of the rifle round, was recovered near the kidney, specifically the middle part of the kidney called the hilum, near the upper pole, just to be specific. It was very deep in the abdominal cavity.
And that projectile you described as gray metal bullet with a yellow jacket and a green tip?
Yes.
Talk to the jury about gunshot wounds number 3 and 4 on Miss Waters.
Numbers 3 and 4 involved the skin and soft tissue, and then they broke bones in that area, the clavicle or collarbone and the shoulder blade as well in the left shoulder, but then exited very close together on that lateral or outer portion of the left arm.
As denoted on your diagram by the X's.
Yes.
What was the cause of death for Miss Waters?
Her gunshot wound, or excuse me, her cause of death was gunshot wounds of the head and torso, and trunk. I think I also listed and extremities because the left arm was involved. So as I recall, it was gunshot wounds of the head, trunk, and extremities.
What was her manner of death?
Homicide.
Moving to People's Exhibit 305. You performed the autopsy on Suzanne Fountain on March 23rd, 2021 at 9:15 p.m.
Yes.
Ms. Fountain was a 59-year-old female.
Yes.
You followed all the procedures with the external examination and internal examination that you've described earlier to the jury.
Yes.
Looking at People's Exhibit 305, starting with gunshot wound number 1, can you describe it for the jury?
Yes. Gunshot wound number 1 is a deep graze wound. So the entrance was right, and it's in the middle of the forehead, but the power that was generated by the bullet led to splitting of the scalp and skull and intracranial contents to, inside the head to include the brain and dura. So there was exposure of the upper head through a very deep graze wound in the upper and front of the head.
Typically, when people say graze, they're thinking of a less significant injury. How much damage did this particular gunshot wound cause?
This wound is a very significant wound. It caused severe damage. There was exposure of her brain and partial absence of her brain due to this wound.
And was a projectile recovered associated with that wound?
No.
Moving to gunshot wound number 2 on Miss Fountain. Can you describe it for the jury?
Gunshot wound number 2 involved the left trunk. So it entered the back, went through the back of the chest. So then it entered the lung, went through the lung, stomach, diaphragm. There were a lot of, as you can see, significant structures in that area. And then it exited just underneath the left breast. I believe it got the heart as well. I believe the heart was damaged.
Heart and the liver.
And the liver, far edge of the liver was also in the wound track. Thank you.
And again, there was an exit wound, so there was not a projectile associated with this in the body.
That is correct.
Moving to gunshot wound number 3 on Miss Fountain. Describe it for the jury, please.
Gunshot wound number 3 was in the left arm. And since it was immediately overlying the exit from gunshot wound number 2, this may represent a re-entrance or a perforation as the bullet came out of the chest. It could have re-entered this left arm. Basically, it just goes through the soft tissues and then stops underneath the skin. I was able to recover a rifle round, again, yellow metal jacket with a green tip from the left arm.
So there's a possibility that is the round or projectile from gunshot wound number 2.
Yes,
It just, when it exited the chest, based on the position of the arm, may have entered into the arm, and that was just a single bullet traveling through multiple locations.
yes.
With respect to Miss Fountain, what was the cause of death?
Her cause of death was gunshot wounds of the head, torso, and left upper extremity or left arm. I believe I said left arm for her. Thank you.
And what was Miss Fountain's manner of death?
It was homicide.
Judge, I have no further questions for Dr. Frank.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Hello.
I want to talk to you about manner of death. So just to sort of understand the parameters of your work, you described that you're a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes,
And what you're doing is solely examining the bodies of deceased people that are brought to you, right?
yes,
And you're examining their bodies and trying to determine in terms of cause, what caused that death. It's very simple, but that's what your role is, right?
yes.
Now, you're not, as a forensic pathologist, asked or have any sort of ability to provide an opinion as to what was going through, for example, the shooter's mind, correct?
That is correct.
Your role is to not ask the jury to adopt what occurred in the shooter's mind, correct?
Are you asking if it's my wish to do this or my role?
I'm asking, your job as a forensic pathologist is not to ask the jury to determine what was going through the shooter's mind, correct?
That is not my role. That is correct.
I have no further questions.
Redirect?
Dr. Frank, all 5 of the victims you performed the autopsies on had multiple gunshot wounds?
Yes.
No further questions.
All right, you may step down. You're excused and you are released from your subpoena. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness?
Judge, the people would call Dr. Dan Lingenfelter.
Good afternoon. You seem to know the routine.
I do, ma'am.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury, any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank you.
Doctor, tell us your name and spell your last name, please.
Daniel Lingamfelter. The last name is spelled Lingamfelter.
Tell the jury how you're employed.
I'm a forensic pathologist.
And how long have you been a forensic pathologist?
I've been board certified since 2009.
And very briefly, just describe what you do as a forensic pathologist.
I perform autopsies for coroner's offices around Colorado in order to establish a cause of death and a manner of death.
Where are you currently working? What jurisdictions do you currently work in?
So I'm an independent contractor for Boulder County, Pueblo County, and Douglas County.
What other places have you worked as a forensic pathologist during your career?
I spent 1 year in Kansas City, Missouri as a deputy medical examiner. I also spent approximately 10 years as an associate coroner and forensic pathologist for El Paso County, Colorado.
Describe for the jury your education in order to become a forensic pathologist.
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from Texas Christian University, a medical doctorate from the University of North Texas. I have a 4-year pathology training in Kansas City, Missouri for general pathology, both anatomic and clinical, and a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship training that I did through the Dallas County Medical Examiner's Office in Dallas, Texas.
Where are you currently licensed?
Colorado and Missouri.
How many autopsies have you performed in your career as a forensic pathologist?
About 9,000.
And how many times have you testified as an expert in forensic pathologist, as a forensic pathologist during your career?
About 150 times.
Tell us a little bit about what courts you've testified as an expert in.
Jackson County, Missouri, that's where Kansas City is. I'd probably say most of my testimony has been in El Paso County, Colorado. I've done quite a bit in Boulder County and Pueblo County as well.
Judge, I would move to have the court find that Dr. Lingamfelter is an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection.
All right, he'll be qualified as such.
Dr. Lingamfelter, describe for the jury your general approach when conducting an autopsy, the general steps.
Well, the two general steps, I like to break it into two halves, being an external first. So a deceased individual is brought in, sealed within a body bag. There's a seal on the bag showing that the body bag hasn't been tampered with or opened before I get to see the deceased inside. The body bag is then opened. Sometimes studies like x-rays are done in cases of stab wounds and gunshot wounds, for example. So at that point, I begin my external exam, looking at all the clothing on the body, any personal effects that might be in the clothing or in the body bag. All the clothes are taken off, inventoried. I'll look at all the skin surfaces for any signs of, identifying features like scars, tattoos, any sort of medical intervention. So sometimes people, there are attempts to try to resuscitate an individual, right? Sometimes that sort of intervention and medical stuff is there on the body. And then I also look for external signs of injury. So gunshot wounds, stab wounds, blunt force trauma, anything external on the skin, I document at that point. So then the second half of the autopsy is the internal exam, where a Y-shaped incision is made down the chest and abdomen. The body is opened up, all the organs are taken out, everything's weighed. I'll cut into all the organs looking for, obviously signs of natural disease like heart disease or cancer. And then also if there are any internal injuries. So for example, did a knife penetrate the body and cause some internal bleeding to the heart or the liver, for example? So at that point in the internal exam is when I'll kind of find those things out.
In this case, did you perform autopsies on 5 of the homicide victims?
I did.
Permission to approach, Judge.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand him People's Exhibits 396 through 300, or I'm sorry, 296 through 300.
Okay.
Doctor, do you recognize those 5 exhibits I've handed you?
Yes.
What are they?
These are wound diagrams that I created for the 5 homicides that I performed those autopsies on.
Do the diagrams fairly and accurately represent the location of the wounds on each of the 5 victims you performed the autopsies on?
Yes.
I would move to admit 296 through 300, Your Honor.
No objection.
Within it, you may publish as you need.
I could have the screens. First victim I want to talk about is Nevin Stanisic. You conducted his autopsy on March 23rd, 2021 at about 7:05 p.m.
Yes.
He was a 23-year-old male.
Yes.
You followed the procedure you've described with respect to an external examination and an internal examination.
Yes.
I want to start with whether or not there were any X-rays conducted prior to you beginning your examination.
Yes, there were.
Can you describe the results?
The results of the X-ray on Stanek showed retained projectiles or bullets in the head, neck, and upper right back.
Again, with respect to the numbers you're going to describe for the numbers of the gunshot wounds, does that have any relationship to the order in which the gunshots occurred?
No.
How do you number your wounds?
My wounds, it's just to create some order to my report. And I usually do it from head to bottom. So usually the one closest to the top of the head, I'll call gunshot wound number 1. And for example, if there were a bullet hole on the foot, I'd probably call that the last number.
Starting on Mr. Stanisic with gunshot wound number 1, can you describe where that wound was and the damage it caused?
Number 1, the bullet entered through the left eye, coursed through the face, into the skull and brain, and then lodged into the right side of the skull.
With respect to that gunshot wound number 1, the damage was largely to the brain?
Yes, skull and brain, so what I would call severe craniocerebral trauma.
And were you able to recover that projectile?
Yes.
Can you describe the projectile you recovered?
Just multiple fragments that looked like parts of a rifle round to me.
That wound in and of itself, gunshot wound number 1, would have been a fatal shot?
It would have, yes.
Moving to gunshot wound number 2, can you describe it to the jury?
Number 2, that was, as I indicate right here, kind of underneath the left jawline. And it took the exact same bullet course through the head that gunshot wound number 1 did. So basically those 2 bullets converged paths. And so number 2, after striking the upper neck area, went through the face, base of the skull, brain, and then was recovered again from the exact same area that the fragments from number 1 were recovered from.
Again, with gunshot wound 1 and 2, no exit wounds because the projectiles remained inside the head.
Correct.
Moving to gunshot wound number 3, can you describe it for the jury?
Number 3, I indicate right here. So a bullet entered kind of the inner part of the upper left arm and then exited right out through the upper left arm, kind of creating a flesh wound, if you will, in the arm. But then at that point, it re-entered the body up into the upper left part of the neck, and then projectile fragments were recovered up in the soft, kind of deep soft tissues of the neck in that area.
And as indicated on the far right side of People's Exhibit 296, the re-entry of that gunshot wound is kind of in a similar location of the neck as to gunshot wound number 2?
It was right below number 2, yes.
What damage did it cause?
Soft tissue damage, so basically fleshy injuries. But so at that point, I would probably say if only number 3 had been present, it wouldn't have caused death.
Tell the jury about gunshot wound number 4.
Number 4 entered left side of the back, right here, and coursed upward through the back, basically the muscle and the soft tissues in the back, after fracturing the left shoulder blade, the scapula. And then that bullet was recovered up in the upper right back area, or what I would call the back of the right shoulder.
Can you tell the jury about the nature of the projectile you recovered in relation to gunshot wound number 4?
It appeared to be a deformed rifle round.
Moving to gunshot wound number 5, can you describe that for the jury?
So number 5 indicated right here, what I would call the lateral left torso. So basically the outer part of the left side of the trunk or torso is where that bullet entered. And so what happened there, that bullet coursed through the left chest cavity, causing injury to the left lung and blood loss before exiting through the upper back that I indicate right here. There was also a small bullet fragment that was recovered from that area where the bullet exited. So not much of that bullet was left, but a small amount that we were able to recover.
Talk to us briefly about the difference between manner of death and cause of death.
Cause of death is the more self-explanatory term. So cancer, heart disease, a gunshot wound, a stab wound, what killed an individual, right? So that would be the cause of death. Motor vehicle accidents, drug intoxication. Manner of death is the circumstances surrounding death, and probably the best way to describe a manner of death is to just list the 5 types of manners that Colorado allows us doctors to use. So there's natural, so again, like heart disease or cancer, accident, suicide, homicide, which we define as death at the hands of another person or persons, and then undetermined.
With respect to Mr. Stanisic, what was the cause of death?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
And what was the manner?
Homicide.
Moving on to People's Exhibit 296, you performed the autopsy on Kevin Mahoney on March 23rd, 2021 at about 12:50 p.m.
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney was a 61-year-old male.
Yes.
You followed the procedures you've described with respect to an external and internal examination.
Yes.
Again, x-rays taken before he was taken out of the bag.
Yes.
What did the x-rays show?
The x-ray on Mr. Mahoney showed a bullet up in the left shoulder area, and that was consistent with the bullet that we recovered at the autopsy.
Starting with gunshot wound number 1, can you describe that wound for the jury?
Yes. Number 1, I indicate right here. So back of the neck off to the right. That's where that bullet entered, moving back to front through the right side of his neck. And then again, causing more of a fleshy, muscular damage rather than any kind of, serious vital injuries. And then that bullet exited out through the bottom of the right ear, as I indicate right here.
Based on the damage done of that particular gunshot wound number 1, would that wound in and of itself have been fatal?
No, I don't think so.
Moving to gunshot wound number 2 on Mr. Mahoney, can you describe it for the jury, please?
Number 2, bullet entered right here, what I would describe as the lateral right torso. So as opposed to the left side we saw in the previous case, this was on the outer part of the right torso or trunk. That bullet entered there and then passed through the chest cavities to injure both lungs, the heart, the aorta, which is the largest artery in the body. All of that would have caused massive blood loss. Once it passed through the right lung, heart, left lung, it then continued on to get into the deep musculature of the left shoulder, subsequently perforating or injuring the left brachial artery, which is another massive artery that would have caused massive blood loss. And then at that point, the bullet kind of nestled into the left shoulder area by the top of the humerus bone.
And that was the projectile you were able to recover that you mentioned locating initially in the x-ray, and then you were able to recover it during the internal examination?
Yes.
Again, a round consistent with a rifle round?
Yes.
With respect to gunshot wound number 2, would that particular gunshot have been fatal?
Yes.
Moving to gunshot wound number 3, describe that one for the jury.
Number 3 was on the left side of the back here. It entered the left chest cavity, injuring the left lung before exiting a little higher up on the chest here. So a back to front and upward trajectory, and again, causing injuries to the left lung with blood loss.
Moving to gunshot wound number 4, describe that one for the jury.
All right, lastly, number 4, lower back, indicate here just to the left of the spine. That bullet entered and made somewhat of a left or right course through the back, perforated the liver, right lung before exiting through the right side of the chest, as I indicate right here. And again, that would have caused, those injuries would have caused severe blood loss too.
And associated with that exit wound for gunshot wound number 4, you were able to recover some fragments in the area of the right chest?
I believe so, yes.
With respect to Mr. Mahoney, what was the cause of death?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
And what was the manner?
Homicide.
Moving on to People's Exhibit 298, you conducted the autopsy of Traylona Barkowiak on March 23rd, 2021 as well?
Yes.
She was a 49-year-old female.
Yes.
Same process you've described with an external and then internal examination?
Yes.
Starting with gunshot wound number 1, describe that wound to the jury.
Number 1, I indicate here on my diagram, upper back of the right neck, behind the right ear. The bullet entered and actually had a very downward trek through the body to where it basically passed through the right chest cavity. It injured what's called the right carotid artery, which would have caused massive blood loss, the right lung, the heart, and the liver. It traveled all the way down into the abdominal cavity to, again, injure the liver, and then a rifle, an apparent deformed rifle round was recovered from behind the liver.
Moving to gunshot wound number 2, can you describe that one for the jury, please?
Yes. So the number 2 entry, I indicate right here, again, what I would call the outer or lateral part of the left torso. And this was more of a flesh type wound. It looks like maybe it would have gone through the lungs, heart, but it didn't. So what happened was a bullet entered the left side of the rib cage and tunneled through the muscle and subcutaneous tissues all the way across her chest, and then wound up on the completely opposite side of her chest, as I indicate right here, the lateral right chest wall was where another deformed rifle round was recovered.
And with respect to the diagram, obviously this is a picture of a male, but this Miss Barkowiak was a female.
Yes.
Talk about whether or not there was any stippling on the left side of her face.
I did identify gunpowder stippling covering the left side of her face.
Tell the jury what stippling is.
Yes, sir. So gunpowder stippling, so what it indicates is what I would describe as a close range of gunfire from a firearm, generally 1 to 3 feet away. And what that is when a firearm is discharged, tiny little gunpowder particles come out from the barrel. And if a surface is close enough, those little pieces of gunpowder will strike the skin all around the entrance wound, leaving what we call stippling. So if anyone's familiar with artwork and understand the stippling pattern in artwork, kind of like George Seurat, it's kind of like that, but in a forensic sort of way, and not as beautiful. So what I found was gunpowder stippling impacting the whole left side of her face, indicating that a firearm had been discharged in close range to her left side of her face. Now, keep in mind, there is no bullet hole correlating with that stippling. So my interpretation would be that a gun was fired closely to the left side of her face, but the bullet didn't actually strike her body.
But could have been one of the bullets that entered her body from a different location, or no?
I don't think so. No, the trajectories and locations of the defects would make me opine that probably not.
With respect to Ms. Barkowiak, what was the cause of death?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
What was the manner?
Homicide.
Performed the autopsy on Ricky Olds on March 23rd, 2021 at about 5:15 p.m.
Yes.
Ricky Olds was a 25-year-old female.
Yes.
Same process you described at the beginning with respect to external examination, internal examination.
Yes.
X-rays taken prior to you beginning the autopsy.
Yes.
What did the X-rays reveal?
I don't recall them revealing anything of significance.
If I were to say diffuse bullet fragmentation present in the mandible, would that be consistent with your memory?
That was probably likely, but no significant projectiles were identified that could have been recoverable.
So I put up People's Exhibit 299, the diagram for Miss Olds. Can you describe where her gunshot wound was located?
So she had one gunshot, as I indicate right here by the right jawline. So the bullet entered there and then took a front to back course, breaking her mandible, which is her jawbone, the right side of her tongue. And then there's a major artery up in that region of the neck called the right carotid artery. So that was injured and would have caused massive blood loss. And then the bullet eventually exited, as I indicate right here, on the right side of the neck, a little to the back.
With respect to Miss Olds, what was the cause of death
Gunshot wound to the face and neck.
and manner of death?
Homicide.
Moving on to People's Exhibit 300, diagram of Officer Eric Talley. Performed his autopsy on March 23rd, 2021 at 8:30 a.m.
Yes,
Officer Talley was a 51-year-old male.
he was.
Again, same process you've described, internal, external examination.
Yes.
X-rays were taken and revealed no bullets or debris in his body.
Yes.
Starting with gunshot wound number 1 on People's Exhibit 300, the diagram, describe Officer Talley's first gunshot wound.
Number 1, I indicate right here on his left cheek. The bullet coursed through his face, damaged the bottom of his skull and brain, which again would have caused massive brain injury, what I would call severe craniocerebral trauma. And then exiting out here on the kind of back right side of the face.
And with respect to gunshot wound number 1, would that have been instantaneously disabling?
Yes.
Talk to us about gunshot wound number 2 on Officer Talley.
Number 2 was a lower right leg wound. The bullet entered here on the right calf and then essentially just passed through the soft tissues and muscle before exiting down on the lateral lower part of the right leg here.
That wound in and of itself would not have been fatal.
No.
With respect to Officer Talley, what was the cause of death?
Gunshot wound to the head.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Judge, I have no further questions for Dr. Langenfelter.
Good afternoon, doctor. Hello. I just want to ask a clarifying question or a few questions about that. So you told us that all 5 of these victims, the manner of death was homicide.
Yes.
And you told us that homicide is one of the 5 manners of death you are able to choose from as a pathologist.
Yes.
And you would agree that homicide for pathologists means dead at the hands of another person.
Yes.
You would also agree that the definition you have to use for homicide is different than the legal definition of homicide.
Yes.
And so when you say that all 5 of these victims died of homicide, you're not saying Mr. Alissa is guilty of homicide.
That's correct.
Okay. And so I want to give an example to the jury to have a better understanding of this. So if I'm attacked by someone and in self-defense, I kill that person, and this is legal self-defense, you would have to find that the attacker manner of death was homicide.
That's correct.
Because they died at the hands of me.
Yes.
And even though legally I'm innocent of their death because I committed in self-defense.
That is correct.
Okay. And this is true for all pathologists in Colorado.
I hope so, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
No redirect.
All right, thank you. You are excused, sir, and you're released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
Next witness,
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Amber Cronin to the stand.
Mr. Kuffner, would you like to retrieve those exhibits, please?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Good afternoon. If you'll just make your way up here to your left and kind of follow it around to this black chair here up underneath the screen. And if you'll face me before you are seated, I'll swear you in. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. Thank you. Please be seated and feel free to adjust the microphone so everyone can hear you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
Amber Cronin, Cronan.
How are you currently employed?
I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been with the Federal Bureau of Investigation for?
Approximately 16 years.
Can you walk the jury through your education and your work experience, please?
Straight out of high school, I went into the U.S. military. I served for about 6.5 years as a intelligence analyst. I started taking some college courses while I was in the military. When I left the military in 2001, I went to work for the Environmental Protection Agency. I started out there as an office assistant, then I became a budget analyst, and then I became the tribal coordinator, which essentially meant I managed grant money that we gave to them. I completed my degree at night while working for the EPA. As soon as I had my degree, I applied to the FBI and became a special agent in 2008. And I've been a special agent ever since.
Can you walk the jury through your training when you first joined the FBI, please?
Everybody goes to Quantico to begin with, so you get 5 months approximately of experience with things such as constitutional law, investigations, interview and interrogations, defensive tactics, firearms, things like that. Once you graduate Quantico, you're assigned to a more senior agent who helps you put that into practice. I started out my career as a terrorism agent, so I took additional courses when I was a terrorism agent on terrorism investigations, human source collection, things like that. Then I moved over to violent crime, where I've worked ever since. And in the violent crime realm, I had additional training in things such as additional interviewing and interrogation, gangs, murder investigations, child abduction, that kind of thing.
And have you had experience working with the evidence response team?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that, please?
As an evidence response team member, I've been on that team since 2010. It's a collateral duty, so you actually do that in addition to your normal job. You're still responsible for your normal job, and then in your time off or your additional time, you go and help do that. The ERT, I started in 2010 of that. You get 2 weeks. Every agent has some basic level of training in processing a crime scene, but as an ERT member, you have to take additional training of here's how you process crime scene more thoroughly, and then you have additional training in things such as advanced photography, advanced sketching, bullet trajectory, fingerprints, things like that.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as a member of the evidence response team?
As I mentioned, because it's a part-time thing, you're on call once or 1 week every 3 weeks. So we have 2 other teams that would be on call when you're not. And if anything happens during that week, you're actually called to respond with your team.
Generally speaking, what kind of situations would prompt a call out or a call for you?
Usually it's more complex scenes or more difficult situations that may have, it's harder to detect or collect the evidence. So we come in if we're either asked by a local PD or within the FBI if we're needed for that.
And where are you based out of?
Colorado Springs.
What area do you cover in terms of being called out to various scenes?
As a member of the Denver Evidence Response Team, we actually cover the whole Denver division. So that includes Colorado and Wyoming. But then we can also, depending on the size of a scene, you may be deployed to other locations in the country if additional evidence response teams needed help.
Have you been deployed and had to respond to mass shootings and mass casualties during the course of your career?
Yes. In addition to this particular scene, I also assisted with the Aurora Theater shooting and the Planned Parenthood shooting.
So what does work look like for you on a daily basis when you're not being called out? What are you working on?
Currently, I work violent crime that occurs at the Federal Correctional Complex in Florence, Colorado, as well as the Federal Correctional Institution in Englewood.
And in a minute or two, we're going to start to talk about your response to this incident, King Soopers at Table Mesa. But just generally speaking, when you receive a call as part of the evidence response team, can you tell the jury how it works, what you do, and what you do when you arrive at a scene?
Well, all members of the evidence response team are trained, so you can perform any role that we have when we go out. But as an example, somebody will be designated as the team leader that's going to be for this particular search. That team leader then identifies who his or her team will be. They assign roles as to who is going to do what. It includes a sketcher, a photographer, somebody who's going to be your evidence custodian, somebody who will help with packaging evidence. So everybody has these different roles. They're all assigned their roles. The team leader will basically decide in coordination with whoever's asking for the call out, whether it be a local PD or a case agent within the FBI, they get additional information for them. What kind of scene is this going to be? So that way they can figure out ahead of time before we get there. What do we need? What type of equipment do we need? What kind of packaging do we need? Are there any special circumstances we have to worry about, such as, is there any explosive devices or things like that? Once they have an idea of what that's going to look like, we respond to the scene. The team leader will then again meet with whomever has control of the scene at that time, local PD or a SWAT team or whoever. They get information on what is going on. What does the scene look like? Then they will do a walkthrough of the scene to see what is there, is there any transient evidence? Is there any hazardous conditions that we need to worry about? Once they have that information, they go back to their team, brief them on the situation so everybody's aware of what they're walking into. And then from there, we will start conducting entry photographs is what we call them. It's basically just trying to document, this is what the scene looks like before we start searching it. Once we've done these entry photos, you will also have a sketch created. So if you're, say, in a house, it's like a floor plan, so you can kind of see what does each of the rooms look like, where are they in relation to each other. In addition to the entry photos and the sketch, once we've completed the entry photos, we will move to starting to conduct the search. As evidence items are identified, we will give it a number. So it'll be evidence item 1, evidence item 2, 3, and so on. With regard to the evidence, as much as possible, we want the evidence item in place as it's seen. That's so we can document it as it is. So we will take a long photograph of it, a medium photograph of it, and then a close photograph of it. So if I was to collect that white cup on the desk of the court reporter, you may take a picture from where you guys are in the jury box. And then, so you can see where within this courtroom is that cup. Then you may move forward to maybe this table right here and take it a little bit closer. And then you'll take another photograph of it up close and filling the frame so you can see this is the item I'm trying to collect. If, say, that item was underneath a bunch of other objects, you'll then take the item out, place it in a different location so you can get a very good overall look of what does it look like. That's the best case scenario, but obviously sometimes it's a little bit difficult. If, say, you're searching a drawer, just by the nature of your pulling documents out or you're pulling things out, you may inadvertently take out, as you're searching through something, and find out that you've actually grabbed a piece of evidence, moved it out of place. So it wasn't where it was originally located, but it's still an item of interest. So that does happen, and we just try to annotate, here's the item, it's still one of the items that were collected, but you maybe didn't get those nice long, medium, and short. Once it's photographed, it's also placed on the sketch. So that way we know where within the room or the house or wherever it was. The item is then taken and packaged in whatever proper packaging to preserve whatever evidence we may want to collect from it. If we want DNA, it may be packaged different than if we're trying to preserve fingerprints or things like that. We also, on the packaging, will include information on the evidence item's number, the date that we collected it, the case number we're collecting it for, the description of the item, who found it, where did they find it, another person who saw it in place. So that way you have all of that information with the evidence item when it was collected. The item is then sealed up and kept with the evidence custodian while we're continuing to finish the search. Once all of the evidence items have been collected, the team leader would conduct a final walkthrough, try to make sure we have all of our equipment picked up, make sure we haven't missed anything, or last look if anything is found. And then we'll take exit photos. So with that, it's just trying to show, again, here's the entire scene. What does it look like when we're leaving? So if anything was moved or damaged, if something was damaged, we would document. Here's the damage and we caused it. So that way that's documented.
Thank you. When and how did you become involved in the investigation into the mass shooting that took place at King Soopers on March 22nd, 2021?
I was actually called in the middle of the night I didn't respond to the actual scene, but I was called in the middle of the night. I was told that the subject's vehicle had been located and was being towed to the evidence response team bay. And I was asked to assemble a team and conduct a search of the vehicle in the ERT bay the following morning.
Where is the ERT bay, the evidence response team bay, located?
It's located at the FBI Denver headquarters office.
And what role were you assigned as part of this team?
I was asked to be the team leader, but with regards to the team that I assembled, I had the most experience with photography, so I also acted as the photographer that day.
How was the shooter's car stored prior to your arrival?
The vehicle was towed from the scene and placed into the ERT bay. That's within the FBI's office, so it's surrounded by a fence that has guards. The ERT bay itself is a locked off location that's only accessible by the evidence response team members. Then when you go into the bay, the vehicle was there and it had evidence tape covering each of the doors, the hood and the trunk. So that way we could tell if anybody had tampered with the vehicle.
When did you arrive at the ERT bay in connection with this case?
I believe it was the next morning around 7-ish in the morning, something like that.
And what was your plan when you first arrived there?
The plan was to follow our normal procedure and conduct a search of the vehicle.
What authorization did you have for the search at that point?
We were given a state search warrant.
What does that mean?
It's a court-ordered authorization to search the vehicle.
What did the court authorized search warrant allow you to search for and seize from the vehicle?
Some of the things that were included were firearms, ammunition, tactical gear, written documents, proof of planning. I think, I can't remember exactly how it was termed, but essentially electronic devices, things of that nature.
Were you also, by the court-approved search warrant, authorized to photograph and video record the entire search and the contents of the car as well?
Yes.
Okay. Anything taken out of the car before it was first searched?
Yes. One of our evidence response team members that was on scene had observed before the vehicle was towed a cellular telephone. It was in the cup holder of the center console of the vehicle.
Just one moment on it. Great, thanks. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been previously marked as people 66 for identification. What are you looking at there?
I'm looking at a manila envelope and a Faraday bag.
What's a Faraday bag?
The Faraday bag is basically it's packaging that we used on electronic devices such as cell phones to try to interrupt the signal so nobody can remotely access the phone and wipe it of data.
So just to break that down a little bit, if a search is conducted and a suspect's phone is recovered, it's put in the Faraday bag for what purpose?
So that way it can't be remotely accessed and information deleted from it before it's searched.
And this was the phone recovered from the suspect's car?
Yes.
And can you tell that by looking at the FBI number and description on the bag?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, people move 66 into evidence, please.
No objection.
Admitted.
And from there, Agent Cronin, what was and you already touched on some of this at the start, so I don't want to ask you to have to repeat yourself. What was the process for how you were going to photograph, search the car, and take items of evidence from the car?
We followed the same general process of come in, I conducted a walk around of the vehicle, briefed everybody on the situation, conducted entry photos to show what the vehicle looked like on the outside and interior prior to our search. Once we identified items in place, we took photographs of them and then seized them, packaged them, collected them, and then exit photos before we left.
Okay, thank you. What type of car was it?
It was a black Mercedes sedan. It was a 4-door vehicle.
Do you recall the license plate?
I think it was BJRY99, but I would have to refer to my notes to be totally confident on that.
Okay. I don't think we need to. Thank you. How would you describe the car itself in looking at it?
It was There was no damage to the vehicle. It was very clean. There wasn't a lot of items within the vehicle.
You mentioned doing a briefing before starting the search. What was the purpose of that and what did it involve?
As I explained before, just to tell my team what had happened. I relayed the same information I was given the night before, which was that the vehicle was identified as being the subject's vehicle. It was towed from the scene and that it was actually registered to the subject's brother.
And you took us through all the steps that you were going to take in this process. What time did you start taking photographs of the subject vehicle?
If I'm not mistaken, probably about 8:45 in the morning. We had to wait for Boulder PD to arrive.
What time did you finish this entire process?
I believe it was around 11:40 a.m.
So just about 3 hours.
Yes,
And throughout this time, you did what you've already described when you're talking about your work, generally in terms of photographs from further away, then up close, seizing an item, inventorying it, and putting an item number on it.
correct.
Fair to say many photos were taken of the car, the inside of the car, and any contents.
Yes, I think I took about 89 photos total.
We're going to show the jury some of the photographs that were taken, and for some of these things, put the actual item into evidence, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what's been previously marked. May I approach?
Yes, sir.
This people's 67 and 87 identification. Are you familiar with those photographs?
Yes, I am.
Do those photographs depict the car, the contents of the car, and everything that you were searching within the car?
This shows all of the various items that I collected from the car.
Do those photos fairly and accurately depict those items when you saw them in the car, and for some of them after you recovered them from the car?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move 67 through 87 into evidence, please.
No objection.
All right, they're admitted.
You mentioned you were going to do a walk around of the car before you began actually searching it. What did you see when you walked around the car initially?
We saw a green rifle bag. It was in the back seat of the vehicle on the floorboard on the passenger side.
And then when you began searching the car, what did you find on the driver's side of the car?
Underneath the driver's side seat, there was a magazine that contained 29 5.56 millimeter rounds.
And with the court's permission, we're going to put exhibit 67 on the screen. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here, Agent Cronin, please?
That's what I called a medium photograph of the magazine with the 29 5.56 millimeter rounds that we found under that driver's side seat. Right below the two, you can kind of see the little circle. That's part of a floor mat.
On the driver's side of the car.
On the driver's side of the car.
And after you removed it from the car, did you take additional photos?
Yes.
Is this the same magazine?
Yes, it is.
Was the magazine, when you recovered it from the car, loaded?
Yes.
And what do we see in 69 here?
That was the next photo I took after that previous one, just to show you that there were rounds in the magazine when we recovered it.
And how do those rounds appear to you physically?
They're just rounds that are in the vehicle, or in, I'm sorry, vehicle. They were in the magazine. They're loaded and prepared to be inserted into a weapon.
And what color tips do they have?
Green.
And we'll go to number 70, please. And before I do that, what'd you do with the magazine that was loaded? In other words, what's the process for taking it into evidence?
We took the rounds out of the magazine so that way we could show how many rounds were in the magazine.
What do we see in people 70?
This is the photograph we took after we removed the rounds from the magazine. I tried to group them by fives to make it easier to view, that you can see they're all in 5, and then the 4 is the upper right.
For a total of, I believe you said 29.
Correct.
And are they all green tipped?
Yes.
And what'd you do with this item after you went through the process of unloading it and then preparing to keep it in evidence?
We bagged it, labeled it.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what's been previously marked for identification as People's 88. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
What is People's 88, Agent Cronin?
It's the magazine and 29 rounds that we recovered from underneath the driver's side seat of the Mercedes.
Do those objects appear to be in the same or similar condition as to when it was recovered and photographed?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move 88 into evidence, please.
No objection.
Admitted.
You had mentioned the green rifle bag or gun bag that you first saw
Yes,
during the walk around.
correct.
Was that recovered as well?
It was.
Where did you first see the green rifle bag that was in the shooter's car?
It was in the back seat on the passenger side floorboard.
And we're going to go to Exhibit 71 on the screen here. Can you just tell the jury what we're looking at, please?
That was a photograph of the item in place when we recovered it. The seat on the left is the rear passenger seat.
And Exhibit 72?
That's after we removed the rifle bag and placed it on butcher paper so we could photograph it and you could see it more clearly.
And did you also have an opportunity to search the green rifle bag?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as People's 89 for identification. Is that the green rifle bag?
Yes, it is.
Does it appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you recovered it in conjunction with the search of the suspect's vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, people move People's 89 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
With the court's permission, Agent Cronin, I'm going to ask you to open the bag for us, the evidence bag, so you can show the jury the green bag and how you went about searching it.
Okay.
If you like, is standard protocol to use gloves and scissors
Yes.
for this?
Oh, I would like gloves, scissors, and do you mind if I stand? Is that
So-
all right?
I'm going to bring you, with the court's permission, gloves and scissors, and with the court's permission, may Agent Cronin stand, Your Honor?
Yes.
So we pulled out the
Agent-
rifle bag.
Sorry, Agent Cronin.
Sorry.
That's okay.
It's a little big. So we had the standard rifle bag carrying handle. On the back, you have straps in case you wanted to carry it like a backpack. We began by looking in the front of the bag. You had the two pockets that had the plastic clips on it. We searched in the center zippered bag or portion of this pocket. There were additional pockets that we were searching in there. And then there's this zipper that opens the entire bag where it's divided in two. Has straps to hold the weapons in place, and it also has these pockets down here.
And in searching the bag, did you recover a number of items of evidence related to the mass shooting?
Yes, we did.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at on the screen item 73, excuse me, exhibit 73 on the screen. What do we have here?
That is a picture of the magazine containing 14 9mm rounds that we found in one of these zippered pockets of the front of this bag.
And when you found the magazine in the front area of that bag, was it loaded?
Yes, it was.
And what do we have in exhibit 74 on the screen?
That's a picture of the 14 rounds after we removed them from the magazine.
So this was a loaded 9mm magazine in the front part of the bag found from the shooter's car.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
Do you want this back? Whatever you.
Why don't you take a look at what I've marked as people's 90 for identification?
Yes.
What is people's 90?
It's the magazine with the 14 9mm rounds that we found in the green bag.
And does that exhibit 90, appear to be in the same or similar condition as to when it was recovered?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, that people move people's 90 into evidence, please.
No objection.
90's admitted.
And I want to ask you to open this one, Agent Cronin, but can you hold it up for the jury, please? And what are they looking at in this bag?
This is the 9mm magazine, and these are the rounds. And then this is our original packaging.
Were other magazines then recovered or also recovered in the green rifle bag from the shooter's car?
Yes.
I'm going to go to exhibit 75 on the screen. What are we looking at here, Agent?
That is 3 magazines of 5.56mm rounds that were recovered from the green bag.
And what kind of weapon or excuse me, you said 5.56 caliber?
Yes.
What does that go with?
Usually we would call it a long gun. It's some sort of rifle.
And in 76, what do we see?
That is a larger capacity magazine with the 5.56mm rounds. There's actually also 2 shorter magazines in that same pocket.
And can we see the shorter ones in this picture?
No,
So they're just out of sight, but they're in the pocket.
correct.
And in 77, what are we looking at?
Those are 2 additional larger sized magazines of the 5.56mm rounds.
So how many magazines for a long gun did you recover from the green rifle bag in the shooter's car?
8.
And you recovered that or those magazines and put them in evidence the same way you've described?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at 78 on the screen. What are we looking at here?
Those are the 8 magazines after we removed them from the bag and placed them out so you could see them and photograph them.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize exhibit 91 for identification?
Yes, this is the original packaging. If I may open it.
I'm going to ask a couple questions and put it into evidence first, if that's
Yes.
okay. Does the box appear to be in the same or similar condition as to when the evidence was packaged after it was recovered?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move people's 91 into evidence, please.
No objection.
Admitted.
Agent Cronin, yes, if you could open it and take out the items contained in Exhibit 91, please. And I'm going to ask you to take a look at Exhibit 79 on the screen, Agent Cronin. What are we looking at here?
This was me taking a picture from the end so you could see that each of the magazines were loaded.
And after you took pictures of the magazines loaded, what did you do with the magazines?
We unloaded the magazines and then I photographed each of the rounds next to the magazine so you could see how many rounds were in each magazine.
We'll go to Exhibit 80 on the screen. What do we see in Exhibit 80?
This is a photograph, the photograph I had taken that shows you the magazine, and then to the right of the magazines are each of the rounds that were removed from that magazine.
And are those the items that are contained in People's 91 there?
Yes.
Can you stand up and hold up the bag for the jury, please? And that contains what in that bag?
This is the six, what I was calling the larger capacity magazines. And then these were the two shorter capacity magazines. And then these are the 127 rounds coming out of these 8 magazines.
And that was all recovered from the shooter's car during the search.
Yes, from the green bag.
What else did you find inside the green rifle bag within the car?
Earplugs and 2 spent cartridges.
Okay, so we'll go to the earplugs first. I'm going to ask you to take a look at 81 on the screen. What are we looking at here?
Those are earplugs that we found in the green bag.
What's the significance of earplugs?
In my training and experience, people use earplugs when they're practicing shooting.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
What do you recognize People's 92 to be, Agent Cronin?
The earplugs that we found in the green rifle bag from the Mercedes.
And do those appear to be in the same or similar condition as to when they were recovered and packaged by you and your team?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move People's 92 into evidence, please.
No objection.
Admitted.
Can you just hold those up for the jury, Agent Cronin? And those are the same earplugs that we see on the screen behind you in People's 81?
Correct. The earplugs in the bag and then our packaging.
And then you'd already answered my next question, which was what else was found in the car? You said 2 spent cartridges.
Yes, they were in the green bag.
What is a spent cartridge?
It's the shell casing that's left over after you've shot a round out of a weapon.
So what's the significance of a spent cartridge being in a rifle bag or gun bag?
Because somebody would have had to shoot a weapon to have spent cartridges.
And these were recovered from the rifle bag within the shooter's car?
Correct.
Are those the spent cartridges in People's 82 on the screen?
Yes.
And with the court's permission, I'm going to ask you to take a look at People's 93 for identification. Do you recognize what we have in People's 93, Agent Cronin?
Yes, it's the 2 spent cartridges that we found from the green bag in the Mercedes.
And do those also appear to be in the same or similar condition as to when they were originally found?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, did people move People's 93 into evidence?
No objection.
They appear to be a 45 and a 9 mil round
So,
or cartridge, excuse me.
so two different sizes.
Correct.
What does that mean?
It means you would have had to shoot two different weapons to get two different cartridge sizes.
As part of the search, Agent Cronin, did you search the trunk of the car?
Yes,
Describe the trunk of the car for the jury.
the trunk was very clean and the only thing in there was a packing slip from Grab a Gun.
And I'm going to put number 83 on the screen. Is this the packing slip that you recovered from the trunk of the suspect vehicle?
Yes,
Your Honor, may I approach with what's been marked as people's 94 for identification?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize people's 94, Agent Cronin?
yes, it's the Grab a Gun packing slip we found in the trunk of the Mercedes.
Same question. Does that appear to be in the same or similar condition as to when it was recovered on the day of the search?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this time, the people move people's 94 into evidence, please.
No objection.
Admitted.
And this was found in the trunk of the suspect vehicle.
yes.
So you have it in front of you there in the evidence bag. You also have it on the screen. I'm going to ask you to walk us through the slip and what it reads on the slip, please.
The shipping address was Ahmad Alissa, Westminster Arms Inc. Looks like 6785 Wadsworth Boulevard. Deliver only to FFL, Arvada, Colorado, 80003. The order number is 001879469, maybe -1. The ship date was January 12th, 2021. The email address was ahmada87654@gmail.com. The item that was shipped was an SAR USA K2 stainless .45 ACP, 4.7-inch barrel, 14 rounds. And there's a notice to receive FFL dealer. To avoid potential fraud and straw purchases, please make sure all firearms on this invoice are transferred only to the buyer named on the invoice.
So just to ask you a few follow-up questions on that. From your review of the grab-a-gun receipt on that day, did it appear that it was being sent to the defendant?
Yes, through Westminster Arms.
And can you explain that to the jury? Why would it be through Westminster Arms in Arvada and have the FFL designation?
The deliver to
Cumulative. 401, 403.
Sustained. I believe it's been covered.
The order date you said was January 9th?
Yes, it appears the order date was January 9th, 2021, and the ship date was January 12th, 2021.
And the email address is Ahmad A followed by the numbers in the Gmail?
Correct.
And what was it, after reading that long series of description, what was it that was being shipped?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
It's on the grab-a-gun receipt there on the screen.
Correct.
Did you also recover a wallet from the suspect vehicle?
We didn't seize the wallet. We observed the wallet in place, took it out, photographed the contents, and then seized receipts that were in the wallet.
So took the wallet out and searched the wallet.
Correct.
Where was the wallet first observed?
In the center console of the vehicle.
And took photographs of the contents of the wallet?
Correct.
I'm going to take you to Exhibit 84 on the screen. What does this picture show us?
That's the contents of the wallet after we'd removed them and laid it out so you could see what was in the wallet.
And for some of these, I will show you additional close-up photos, but just generally, what are we looking at in people's 84?
There's obviously the cash. The two receipts are on the left-hand side. There's a under 21 driver's license and an adult driver's license, a debit card, student ID, health. It appears to be health identification cards.
And who do the identification cards belong to?
The vast majority are Ahmad Alissa, and then there's the Department of Health has another name on it.
Okay. And the receipts that you photographed here that appear in People's 84, where are they receipts from?
Eagle's Nest Armory.
And I'm going to take us to People's 85 on the screen. What do we see in 85?
Those are the Eagle's Nest Armory receipts that we seized from the wallet.
Your Honor, may I approach with what's been marked as People's 95 for identification?
Yes, sir.
Recognize People's 95, Agent Cronin?
Yes, they're the Eagle's Nest Armory receipts that we recovered from the wallet in the center console of the Mercedes.
So those are the actual receipts.
Yes,
And do they appear to be in the same or similar condition as to when they were recovered on the day of the search?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move People's 95 into evidence, please.
No objection.
Admitted.
What is listed on the receipts, Agent Cronin?
The receipt on the right shows the itemized information. So new guns for $8.99, accessories for $79.99, MDSEST for $978.99, the tax, and then the total charge of $1,056.92. The receipt on the left shows the actual debit card receipt.
And from looking at the debit card receipt, was the date of purchase March 16th, 2021?
Yes,
And the items purchased included, it says new guns, $899,
yes.
an accessory, $79.99.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Agent Cronin, the accessory says $79.99.
Correct,
And then we have the total there on the screen.
correct.
And from looking at the receipt on the left, was it paid for using a debit card ending in 9033?
Yes,
And are those the same four digits ending in the debit card pictured here in People's 84?
yes.
What was found in the glove compartment of the vehicle?
The title for the vehicle.
Your Honor, may I approach with what's been marked as People's 96 for identification?
Yes.
Do you recognize People's 96?
The title that we found in the glove compartment of the Mercedes.
Does that appear to be in the same or similar condition as to when you recovered it on the day of the search?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this time, the people move People's 96 into evidence, please.
No objection.
Admitted.
Whose name is on the title for this vehicle, Agent Cronin?
Mohammed Al Aliwi Alissa.
Thank you. What'd you find, just moving on here, what'd you find of evidentiary value in the center console of the vehicle?
We found another receipt, which was for Westminster Arms, and a Chase bank receipt.
I'm going to put People's 86 on the screen, and Your Honor, may I approach with what's been marked as People's 97 for identification?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize People's 97, Agent Cronin?
Yes, it's the Westminster Arms receipts and Chase bank receipt that we recovered from the center console of the Mercedes.
And do they appear to be in the same or similar condition as to when you and your team recovered them on the day of the search?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this time, the people move People's 97 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
Agent Cronin, starting with the Chase bank receipt, what is contained on the Chase bank receipt?
there was a $1,400 withdrawal that was conducted on January 15th, 2021.
And the Westminster Arms receipts, please.
The first receipt says one quantity, a Ruger AR-556 for $50. It has the serial number of 858-98453. And then the receipt on the right here says SAR Arms K2, $10, serial number T1102-19Y00390.
And these are both from Westminster Arms.
Yes.
And the second receipt you said was for $10, and I'm not sure you said the dollar amount for the other receipt.
The other dollar was 50 for the first one.
And what else did you recover from the center console?
There was a pocket knife, a foldable pocket knife that was in the center console.
Your Honor, may I approach with what's been marked as People's 98 for identification?
Yes, sir.
Recognize People's 98 for identification?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's the knife that we found in the center console of the Mercedes.
And does that appear to be in the same or similar condition as to when you recovered it on the day of the search of the suspect's car?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move People's 98 into evidence, please.
No objection.
Admitted.
Agent Cronin, can you just hold up the bag for us? I'm not going to ask you to open it. And that's the same knife depicted in People's 87 on the screen?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have nothing further for Agent Cronin. Thank you very much.
I have no questions for Agent Curran.
All right, Agent Cronin, you are excused and you're released from your subpoena. You can just leave all that there. Thank you. We'll take our afternoon break, 15 minutes. Just remember the admonition, please, and follow it. And I'll see you back here at 5 till 4, and we'll finish up for the afternoon at that time. Stand for the jury. Thank you.
Okay.
Probably a half a day. At least, yeah. All right, be seated. Mr. Kuffner, your next witness, please.
Judge, the people would call FBI Special Agent Stephen DeFrance.
Good afternoon. Just keep coming around and I'll swear you in before you have a seat. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please be seated and feel free to adjust that microphone so we can hear you.
Tell us your name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
My name is Charles S. DeFrance. Last name spelled D-E, capital F-R-A-N-C-E.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed as a special agent for the Federal Bureau of Investigation assigned to the Denver Division.
How long have you worked for the FBI?
I've been in the FBI since 1996. I first started in the laboratory division as a physical science technician and then a physical scientist. Then I became qualified as a firearms tool marks examiner. Then in 2001, I went to the FBI Academy and graduated as a special agent. And I've been assigned to field divisions in Washington, D.C., San Juan, Puerto Rico, and Denver, Colorado.
Where are you currently assigned?
Currently assigned to Denver, Colorado.
What does your day-to-day look like as a special agent assigned to the Denver division?
I'm currently assigned as the senior team leader of the evidence response team. So I'm responsible for the entire evidence response team and all our deployments, which includes covering the states of Colorado and Wyoming.
How many teams do you have to cover that area?
We have 4 teams. One of them is a dedicated team for hazardous crime scenes. And then the other 3 are traditional crime scene ERTs.
Describe basically what these evidence response teams do.
So our responsibility primarily is to process crime scenes and FBI investigations. For our division, again, we cover the states of Colorado and Wyoming. So any FBI investigations that have crime scenes, we would be responsible for those. And then we also provide assistance to our state and local partners when necessary.
Prior to coming to the FBI, can you just give the jury an idea about your education?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree from the Citadel, the Military College of South Carolina in Charleston, South Carolina. I have a Master's of Forensic Science from the George Washington University in Washington, D.C., and a Master's of Science in Material Science from the Colorado School of Mines in Golden, Colorado.
And during your career, have you received awards?
I have.
Briefly give us an idea of the types of awards you've received.
I don't really remember a lot of them off the top of my head, but I did receive the U.S. Attorney General's Award.
What was that award for?
It was for an investigation that we did in Indian country up in Wyoming.
What professional affiliations do you have?
I'm a member of a number of different professional associations in forensic science, most notably the Association for Crime Scene Reconstruction, where I'm a past president.
What about your role in standards developments?
I'm also a member of something called the Organization of Scientific Area Committees for Forensic Science, called OSAC. OSAC is an organization under NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, that is developing standards in forensic science. And it covers all disciplines of forensic science. I'm specifically on the Crime Scene Investigation and Reconstruction Subcommittee. I've been on that subcommittee now for about 8 years, and for the past 5 years, I have been the chair of that subcommittee.
How many crime scene investigations have you done in your career?
I don't really know how to answer that question, but between my time in the lab, where we did respond to crime scenes, and my time on the evidence response team, I've been working crime scenes for 27 years.
Something in the hundreds or thousands?
Certainly in the hundreds.
Have you testified as an expert witness?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
I've testified as an expert in a few different disciplines, in state court, in Pennsylvania, Florida, Texas, twice in Ohio, in territorial court in Puerto Rico, and in federal court in Florida, Colorado, and Wyoming.
Judge, I would ask to have the court recognize Special Agent DeFrance as an expert in crime scene processing.
No objection.
All right, he'll be qualified as an expert in that field.
Special Agent DeFrance, were your evidence response teams utilized in processing the crime scene in this mass shooting?
Yes, we used actually all 3 of our primary ERT teams, one to process the primary scene at the supermarket, and then another that did the defendant's home, and another that did the defendant's vehicle.
And you are the person responsible for all of those teams?
Correct.
You arrived at the scene of the mass shooting on March 22nd of 2021, about 5 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
What was the first thing that you did when you arrived on scene that day of the shooting?
I arrived ahead of the rest of the team while the Alpha team, which was the on-call team, was preparing the trucks and getting the personnel assembled. I went ahead and drove up to the scene and engaged with the Boulder Police Department to start to evaluate what kind of scene we were looking at, what kind of resources Boulder was going to need, and to make sure that they were aware of what resources we had available.
Is it a situation where the FBI and your evidence response teams just come in and take over a crime scene?
Absolutely not. This was a Boulder scene. We were just there to provide our assistance on that scene, and it remained their case throughout.
And did the Boulder Police Department ask the FBI for assistance in processing this entire scene?
Yes, they did.
About 5:48 p.m. on the 22nd, you did a preliminary walkthrough. Talk about that walkthrough and what the purpose of that was.
The preliminary walkthrough is the first step of the crime scene processing, where we get eyes on the scene and start to evaluate what exactly we need to start preparing for. We try to go in with as few people as possible and start evaluating the scene, looking for what hazards we might be encountering in that scene, looking for what type of evidence, what's the scope of the scene, the basic layout, so that we can start coming up with a plan on how to process that.
Who was present for that initial preliminary walkthrough?
I was there as well as some members of the Boulder Police Department.
In completing that preliminary walkthrough, what were some of your observations?
Well, I'm going through and I'm looking at kind of what the scope of this scene is. How many shots did we have fired? Is kind of a big indicator, a big piece of data that I want to try to figure out. It was a little bit difficult in this scene because we did have the outer wall that had been knocked over that was obscuring a lot of things. One of the things that I kind of clued in on was an empty magazine. I knew it was a 30-round magazine, so that indicated to me that we had at least 30 shots fired by the subject. And then I also saw some pistol cartridge cases, that I knew could be attributed to one of the police officers. So again, just trying to get some idea of how many shots were fired, how many shooters were involved. So I knew at least two, and had an idea of some of the number of shots fired, and also looking at the nature of the scene. This building, and I think we've all been in a supermarket, but it's a very open building. And unlike kind of a typical building with a lot of walls and surfaces that bullets would impact, that we were dealing with a very large open area with shelving and a lot of products on those shelves. So seeing bullet impacts was not something that was easy to immediately evaluate during that preliminary walkthrough.
During the preliminary walkthrough, did you determine that the scene also included the parking lot of the grocery store?
Yes, absolutely. We had 4 bodies that were outside the store, and we had at least a couple of vehicles that were involved in the shooting, and we had to make sure that those were addressed as well, and we had the subject's vehicle that was in the parking lot.
One of the bodies that was outside during that preliminary walkthrough was that of Officer Talley.
Yes, sir.
What did you identify as a special situation or condition with respect to the fact that there was an officer killed?
Generally with these types of scenes, and unfortunately our team does have a lot of experience with these mass shootings, but when we work these big scenes with our local partners, we like to fully integrate with them, and we work these scenes side by side with our local crime scene investigators. In this particular case, though, we had a member of the Boulder Police Department who had been killed in that scene, and that introduced another complication. It was my advice to the Boulder management that because of that fact, it was not appropriate to expose the Boulder CSIs to having to see one of their co-workers dead in a crime scene. And it also might bring up some questions about the objectivity of the processing of that scene if it was processed by somebody who had a connection to one of the victims. So in this particular case, I made the recommendation that the scene should not be processed by any of the Boulder CSIs, and that the Boulder CSIs should not be involved in covering the autopsy of Officer Talley.
As a result, did the Longmont Police Department CSIs assist in the processing?
Yes, Longmont crime scene investigators were assigned to cover all 10 of the autopsies.
At 6:38 p.m. on the 22nd of March, there was a scene briefing. Can you describe what that was?
So at that point, we were starting to come up with a plan of how we were going to start to process the scene. Boulder PD had asked the FBI ERT to take the lead on the scene, and Alpha Team had already arrived on scene. So having already done the walkthrough, I did a briefing with Alpha Team so that they had an idea of what type of evidence we were looking at, the basic layout of the scene, and to come up with priorities for processing of the scene. And generally speaking, with these types of scenes, of course, preservation of evidence is key, but we also want to make sure that the victim's remains get removed as soon as possible. So we prioritized getting those remains documented so that they could be removed by the Boulder County Coroner's Office.
Can you describe briefly the type of team members on that Alpha team? Like what different roles are there, I guess, on the ERT team?
So when we process scenes, we do it in a team concept. So our basic functional unit is an 8-person team that involves a team leader who's responsible, obviously, for kind of command and control of that processing and making decisions throughout the processing. We have a photographer and a photo logger who do all the photography and documenting everything visually. We have a sketcher, and then we have other members that are involved in searching and collection and proper collection and preservation of the evidence.
With respect to the collection and documentation, Can you give an overview for how the team processes the scene?
So the first thing that we're going to do on any type of scene is what we refer to as entry photos. So we want to preserve that scene as we received it. So that starts with photography to document exactly what the scene looked like without us doing anything to alter that scene. In this case, we also had laser scanners available. So we use terrestrial laser scanners, which is a technology that literally takes millions of measurements in a scene. These are all three-dimensional measurements, so we can actually recreate the scene in 3 dimensions, virtual models of the scene. We had our own laser scanner, and then we also had 3 laser scanners from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation and 1 from the Naval Criminal Investigative Service, along with their associated operators that were also available that first night. And so using those instruments, the photography and the laser scanning, we documented all the locations of the victims first and prioritize that, again, so that we could get them properly documented before that scene was altered and they were removed from the scene.
So we're talking about the scans are based on what are commonly referred to as like Faro scans with a laser that's measuring the distance to locations as it turns about. Is that it?
Yes, we're using 2 different types of surveying instruments, but they both work on the concept of taking angle measurements and then also distance measurements using a laser. And they're doing all these measurements in 3-dimensional space.
And then explain briefly the 3D photography that allows you to generate the spherical photography product.
Another thing that we do is something called spherical photography. And in doing that, the photographer is setting up a camera with a special fisheye lens, so a very wide angle lens on a tripod, and takes a series of 6 images in a circle. Those images are then processed in software that will blend them together and make a spherical image. And inside that spherical image, you can move around it and you can see the scene as if you were standing where the camera was when those photos were taken. And you can rotate and look in different directions.
It's kind of like a Google Earth image of being able to move about the crime scene based on that 3D imagery.
Yes, that's a very good description.
Judge, if I could approach.
Yes, sir.
And handed you what's been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 99 and 100. Can you tell us what those are?
One is a thumb drive and one is a DVD. The thumb drive contains the laboratory products with the spherical imagery, and then the DVD contains clips, video clips that were taken from that product.
Have you had an opportunity to look at both of those?
I have. I reviewed them and I have initialed and dated both of these.
The 3D images included in that spherical product, fair and accurate representation of the way the scene appeared while your team was processing it?
Yes.
And with respect to the clips, those are just clips out of that spherical product?
Yes.
At this point, Judge, I would like to publish People's Exhibit number 1.
Number 1.
Judge, before all sign.
You can, it's already been entered into evidence, so 1 can be shown.
On the screen behind you, there's an extendable pointer, I think, with a orange handle in front of you somewhere, I think.
Yeah.
Can you kind of just basically give an overview of the areas of interest in processing this scene?
So as you look at this schematic of the scene, this is the store itself. It had 2 entrances on the north side of the store. So we refer to these as the east and west entrances. This is the main entrance into the parking lot from the roadway. And this vehicle here is the subject's vehicle, and the first victim was located in this van. And then he ended up entering through this east entrance. We also had some of the victims that had been pulled out, and I believe, if I recall correctly, we're in this area, and Officer Talley was on this ramp when we arrived.
So with respect to this particular scene, the murder of 8 of the victims is documented on videotape, correct?
Yes.
The only 2 that are not documented on video clearly are Nevin Stanisic in the white van that you've indicated and Suzanne Fountain on aisle 10.
Correct.
Judge, I'm going to publish at this point one of the clips from People's Exhibit 100. I'm sorry, did I move to admit?
You have not.
I would move to admit 99 and 100.
Do you wish to voir dire?
Judge, no voir dire, no objection.
All right, so 99 and 100 are admitted.
And this is clip 1 from the People's Exhibit 100. Before I start this, can you just describe what the jury's going to see when I hit play?
So this is one of those spherical images. Again, it's a composite of multiple images that are taken in a circle. So you can move around in it and rotate to look in different directions as if you were standing in that exact location. And this is starting off in the parking lot. So from the schematic that was up there before, it's in the northwest corner of that parking lot.
And do we see the white service van in this image where Mr. Stanisic died?
Yes, you can see that in the center of the image right there, the white van. So as we're rotating here, you can also see the 2 entrances to the King Super.
So something popped up on there. I'll talk about that in just a second.
So here we've moved closer to the west entrance. And we're now on the other side of the white van that you can see there.
So this is showing where the van was with respect to the entrance. We see on a couple of the vehicles blue X's on the windows. Jury heard testimony from one of the FBI LSRT members about them placing those blue X's on the vehicles. Is that where those blue X's on these vehicles that we see? Is that an example of that in this image?
Yes, you can see it on each of the vehicles in that image to mark that they've been both checked twice.
Judge, if I could approach with People's 101 through 105.
Yes, sir.
What are 101 through 105?
These are all crime scene images that we took on that first night of the shooting, documenting the white van and also the subject's Mercedes that was parked next to it.
All fair and accurate as to the way the van appeared and the condition of it on that night?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit 101 through 105.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes, sir. So 101 through 105 shall be admitted.
And permission to publish, Judge?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, this is previously admitted Exhibit 4. Can you just describe what we're seeing in previously admitted People's 4?
That is a entry photo, so an initial crime scene photo of the white van that one of the victims was located in.
And there's glass on the passenger side below the broken window.
Yes, sir. You can see where some of the bullets went through the vehicle and broke the glass.
And the defendant's vehicle, the black Mercedes, is in the space immediately next to the white service van.
Yes, sir.
Now, this is different than the spherical image product that we showed to indicate the location of the van. Can you describe the discrepancy of the presence or absence in the two products of the defendant's vehicle?
So as I was describing earlier, we take these initial entry photos to document the scene as is. So that's what these photos did. By the time we got to the stage where we were doing those spherical images, there had been some processing that had already occurred. So the bodies had already been removed by that point. And one of the other things that we did that first night was to have the defendant's vehicle towed away. And we took it to our facility where we could process it the next day under controlled conditions.
And that's the FBI facility.
Yes, the FBI ERT space in the Denver field office.
Moving to Exhibit 101, what do we see in the windshield in People's 101?
Those are bullet impacts in the windshield.
Moving to 102, what do we see below the driver's side door?
There's glass on the ground below the driver's side door.
And then moving into the van, what do we see in People's 103?
This is the victim as we found him.
What is the condition of his seatbelt?
I believe it is locked in place.
What is on the floorboard next to his feet?
Some type of tablet.
And again, moving to the other side, what do we see in 104?
So this is the defendant's Mercedes parked next to the white van.
And 105.
The same.
Significant additional work was done on the van that the jury heard from Ms. Colia this morning with respect to trajectory, but the focus of your ERT team is documenting and collecting the evidence, correct?
Correct.
How do the LSRT team and the ER team kind of work in conjunction with one another?
So we're two different teams. The LSRT is obviously coming out of our headquarters laboratory division. But when we're on the same scene, we're working together as a single team. And there's a lot of coordination and interplay between the teams. The initial processing is going to be done by ERT for the initial documentation of the scene, as is the collection of most of the evidence, that initial collection. But we're also being very mindful, knowing that there's going to be a shooting reconstruction involved, that we're not doing anything to alter items that might have been struck by bullets. Those items we definitely want to leave alone, and we limit some of our initial search so that we're not altering anything that would affect their work. And then as they're doing their processing, they're ultimately going to end up finding more items of evidence during their processing. So again, a lot of coordination between the teams, them bringing us in to document new evidence that they've found. And then also it's one of our team members who is operating the total station survey instrument that's actually measuring in the location of each of those bullet impacts.
I'm going to move inside the store now. Previously admitted People's Exhibit 2 is up on the screen. With respect to the west end of the store, can you just kind of walk through where the deli, the sushi bar, Starbucks area is in the store?
So this would be the west entrance. And as you come in, this is the Starbucks kiosk. Just to the west of that is going to be the sushi bar area. And then this area over here, against the corner is where the deli was located. And this whole area in here is the produce area.
Where are the west self-checkouts while we have this up?
So the west self-checkouts are going to be right here.
And next, this is a clip kind of from that area on the west end of the store, just to give the jury an idea of what that area looks like with respect to the sushi bar, the deli, and that area.
So again, this is another spherical image. This is taken right in front of that produce area. And as we rotate here to the right, you'll start to see the deli come into view. And then the sushi bar will come into view right there. And then as we continue around, you'll see the Starbucks, and I think it's partially obscured by that that setup there. And then that's actually the entrance, the west entrance.
And then we come back around to look to the east again. Moving to the area of the self-checkout. This is that area you described where this would be the west self-checkout.
Yes, sir.
And we're going to see 3 locations where there's blood on the floor. Were these the locations of 3 of the victims in that area?
This is where the victims were. And again, by the time that these spherical images were taken, those bodies had been removed, but they had been documented before that. And from here, we can see back over to that deli area.
This product gives the ability to go to pan up, pan down, zoom in, zoom out, essentially everything you could do on Google Earth.
Yes, sir. Again, you can see here one of the blood pools where one of the victims was located in that aisle. And then the 2 other in the aisle adjacent to it.
I next want to move on to talk about aisle 10, the location of the second victim that was not captured, her murder not captured on video. If I could approach.
Yes, sir.
I handed you what's marked as People's Exhibit 106 for identification. Can you tell us what that is?
This is another crime scene photo that we took with the body of that victim in place in aisle 10.
Fairly and accurately depict where Suzanne Fountain's body was on aisle 10?
Yes.
I would move to admit 106, Your Honor.
Judge, same objection, 401, 403, cumulative.
All right.
Same argument, Judge.
And I'll make the same rulings. It'll be admitted over objection.
And permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe, looking down aisle 10, this is from the front of the store?
Yes, the photographer here is at the front of that aisle. So the checkout lanes are directly behind the photographer and looking toward the back of the store down aisle 10.
And we see Miss Fountain's body about midway down the aisle on the right side of the aisle.
Yes, sir.
What do we see a little closer to us on the left side of the aisle?
There's a food display with products on it.
Would somebody have the ability to hide behind that display if a person were looking down that aisle from the front of the store?
Objection, speculation.
He can answer it if he knows. Overrule.
Having been in the store and in that aisle, it is large enough to conceal a person, yes.
However, if the person were in that location, they would be visible from the back of the store by a person looking down the aisle.
Yes, sir.
Moving to, again, this is the area to give the jury an understanding of the relationship between aisles 10 and aisles 9, which are next to one another.
Yes, sir.
We're first seeing aisle 10. We can see blood on the ground where Miss Fountain's body was on aisle 10. And then we go to the aisle immediately to the west, which would be aisle 9, when we pan up and we look at this top sign. Then we go around the corner into aisle 9.
So in the product there, we have moved to a different position where a different spherical image was taken in aisle 9.
Now in aisle 9, what product is on aisle 9?
On the right-hand side, it's the chip aisle.
And what do we see about midway down that zoomed in on aisle 9?
There's a bunch of bags of chips that are out on the ground.
Next, I want to move to the area of aisle 21. Can you tell the jury what items were located on aisle 21 during the processing of the crime scene?
Aisle 21 is where we found a series of items apparently left by the defendant, included weapons, body armor, and clothing.
Judge, permission to approach?
Yes, sir.
I'm handing him what's been marked as people exhibits 107 through 121. Those exhibits fairly and accurately depict the location of items on aisle 21 as well as the items collected from that aisle.
Yes, that aisle, and as well as a few photos that are of the front of the store in the checkout, one of the checkout lanes.
I would move to admit 107 to 121 at this point, Judge.
Objection.
Admitted.
So I want to start, if I could have the screens again, with the spherical image product. Moving from, now we're looking in the east entrance.
That's correct. This is in the outer vestibule area right in front of the east entrance.
And to give the jury an understanding of where aisle 21 is, this clip of the spherical product moves us from that east entrance to aisle 21, correct?
Yes. So that's moving into the store now, toward that front aisle, rotating. And that blood pool is actually Officer Talley's blood pool, and then moving toward the aisle 21, which is that final aisle in the frozen food area.
And aisle 21 is in the area of the pharmacy?
Yes, in front of the pharmacy, and again, it's the final aisle on the east side of the building.
And what are we seeing here at the end of this video?
So these are all the items that had been left in that aisle. You can also see that there's a fair amount of blood on the floor that's been tracked around. And at this point, these items, when this spherical image was taken, these items had been moved at the request of the command post, the team leader did move these items in order to get serial numbers off of the weapons, but everything was documented in place before they were moved.
And are we about to see photographs of before the items were moved?
Yes, sir.
So 107 is just looking around the corner from the front of the store to the location of the items on aisle 21.
Yes, this is an image to establish the context of where those items are.
And again, these images that we're seeing were taken before any of the items were moved.
Correct.
Just a closer view in People's 108 of the items. And then closer yet before the items are moved. This was the condition they were found in when officers made entry.
This is the condition that they were in when we received control of the scene.
Fair. Tell us what happened between People's 109 and People's 110.
Again, there's a lot of things that are happening in these types of investigations. And one of the things that the command post was interested in is getting the serial numbers and identifying information from these firearms so that they can start doing firearms checks to find out where they were purchased and by who. So to aid in that investigative process, once we had them documented, photographed in place, the team leader then removed some of the items so that he could access the serial numbers and make sure that the weapons were clear and safe.
So we see that the handgun has been removed from the holster. The magazine has been removed from the Girsan 9mm handgun, right?
Yes, sir.
We see all the magazines have been removed from the vest and spread out for display. Magazine has been removed from the AR-15. And then there's a round right above the AR-15. Can you tell us about that round?
That was the cartridge that was in the chamber, and it was unloaded by the team leader in order to make that a safe and empty weapon.
And then as part of the processing, what's the next step that happens by your team?
So the next step is we would determine what items of evidence we're going to collect. And this is something not just with these items but we would do with everything. And then once we've identified an item that we want to collect, we're going to put a number to it. That item number gets assigned to that item and it follows that item throughout the rest of our process. So starting here with the photography to document the location of the item and be able to see that placard along with the item. And this is like a medium range shot that is showing all these items in relationship to each other.
And then as you continue to process and collect those items, examine those items, the placard stays with it so that you maintain that unique item number for this entire scene.
The number stays with it. The placard doesn't end up going with it, but that number stays associated with that item and it goes on to all the packaging so that we can keep track of what was found where. And also that item number gets associated on all the surveying and sketching that goes on as well.
For instance, I guess give us, by way of an example, what we're looking at here in People's 112.
So this would be a close-up image of a pair of pants, a pair of jeans that were found in that aisle 21. At this point, we've actually moved that item and are taking more detailed images of it on a clean background. So we put it on a clean piece of brown paper along with the item number so that we can start to document it in more detail. So this is kind of the end stage of that photographic documentation where we've already documented it in position in relation to what's around it. And then we're moving into these close-up images where we've already moved the item.
Commissioner Probst.
Yes, sir.
I've handed you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 134. Can you tell us what that is?
So this is FBI item number 65. I recognize this because of our evidence label that is on it, and I can see it was collected by Rebecca Shaw and observed by John Stoddard, which will be consistent throughout all the items that were collected in the supermarket scene. It has their initials and it has the case number, and it's described as jeans.
As the items are collected and packaged in the brown paper bag, the labels are generated indicating that it's item 65 shown in the photograph on the screen that's being packaged in this particular evidence bag.
Correct. We have software that we're inputting all this information into, and then it'll generate the label, and then that goes directly onto the item and gets initialed by the collector and observer.
Judge, people would move to admit 134.
No objection.
134 is admitted.
And can you just hold that up for the jury? Thank you. So part of the examination and processing prior to packaging, they're also looking for any defects or the condition of each item.
Yes, part of the process, or that processing and documentation, we do want to document the condition of the item as we're collecting it.
So what do we see in People's 113?
So this is a close-up image of the same item 65, but showing what appears to be some type of defect in the jeans.
164, or I'm sorry, 114.
The same.
And then moving to People's Exhibit 115, tell us what item number that is.
So this is item 59.
And what is item 59?
It is a magazine along with the cartridges that were loaded inside of it that had been magazine. And this is the magazine that was removed from the weapon that was in aisle 21.
Yes, sir.
I've handed you People's Exhibit 128. Identify that for
This is our item 59, which is described as 28.223 rounds with magazine. Same collectors.
Again, item 59 that we see photographed when it was collected on scene. I would move to admit Exhibit 128, Judge.
No objection.
Admitted.
Okay. Moving forward to People's Exhibit 116, what do we see here?
I might have disabled my screen.
Oh,
And you may not have it, it just happened.
I think the PowerPoint is a button to share with it sometimes.
That did it. My apologies.
tell us what item number we're looking at and what it is.
So this is item 61, and this is a Ruger AR style firearm.
With the firearm, what is immediately above it in the photograph?
There's a empty magazine.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury what I give you as People's Exhibit 130?
This is a box labeled as item 61. Description is Ruger AR pistol, unknown model number, and the serial number.
Is that the same item 61 that appears on the screen in the picture when it was collected?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 130.
No objection.
Admitted.
Can you just open the box and show the jury what People's 130 is? Judge, can he have permission to stand up? It would be helpful.
Of course.
In the box on the actual physical weapon as well as on the photograph, what do we see on top of the weapon?
There's an optic that's attached to the top of the weapon.
When you say an optic, describe what you mean.
It's a type of sighting device to aim the weapon.
And then 117 is just a picture of a close-up of the serial number.
Yes, sir.
Moving to 118, can you tell us what item 62 is?
Item 62 are 4 unfired cartridges.
Where do those cartridges come from?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Judge, can I approach with another exhibit?
Yes, sir.
I'm handing you 131. What item number is that?
So this is item number 62, described as 4 rounds of .223 ammunition.
The same item 62 as pictured in the collection photos?
Yes, sir.
If I were to show you the evidence recovery log with respect to item number 62 that you didn't recall where it came from, would the comments in that evidence recovery log assist you in remembering where those 4 cartridges came from?
They likely would.
Can I approach it?
Yes, sir.
That reflects your recollection with respect to where those 4 cartridges were recovered from?
Yes, sir.
Where were they recovered?
They were recovered from the magazine for the AR style pistol.
When you say the magazine for it, was the magazine that was actually seated in the AR when it was recovered?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to come back and we will continue with some physical evidence in a minute for things that I didn't include photographs of. I want to move to an item that you mentioned earlier. You said that there was a magazine in the front of the store. That was in the area of Register 13?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show the spherical product so that the jury gets an idea of where that item is located.
So you can see the item here right on the corner of that checkout lane, and there's a placard next to it that says 28.
Moving to People's 119, a photograph of where that magazine was recovered from.
Yes, sir.
And again, close up on 120, that magazine was recovered as item number 28.
Yes, sir.
If I could approach, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury what People's 122 is.
So this is item 28, described as magazine empty. It was recovered from the northeast corner of Register 13.
Judge, I would move to admit.
Objection.
Admitted.
And just for the record, that was 122, correct?
Yes, People's Exhibit 122.
Going back to physical evidence was collected on scene. Permission to approach?
Yes, sir.
You equals 123. How would you agree with that?
This is evidence item 54, described as a tactical vest.
Is it a tactical vest that was recovered on scene?
Yes, this was recovered in aisle 21.
What FBI was it?
It's FBI item number 54.
Could that move to admit?
No objection.
Admitted.
Written approach.
Yes, sir.
Andy, you was exhibit 125. And I wouldn't buy that.
This is our ERT item number 56, which is a Gerson 9mm handgun, unknown model.
That was the item actually recovered from aisle 21.
Yes, sir.
Move to admit.
No objection.
Admitted.
You hold that up for the jury to see. Motion to approach, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
When you people 129. What's that FBI item number that is?
This is FBI item number 60. It was recovered inside item 61. And this is the chambered cartridge that was removed from item 61.
Item 61 being the AR that we admitted previously. This, when you say chambered, was actually inside the weapon in a position ready to be fired.
Exactly. It was inside the chamber, so it would have been the next cartridge to be fired.
Judge, I would move to admit 129.
No objection.
Admitted.
Motion to approach.
Yes, sir.
Item one, I'm sorry, people's exhibit 133. Can you tell us what FBI item number it is and what it is?
So this is FBI item number 64. This is a shirt that was also recovered in aisle 21 along with that other pile of items over there.
Move to admit.
No objection.
Admitted.
Motion to approach.
Yes, sir.
127, 132. Tell the jury first what 120 people that did it 127 is.
People's exhibit 127 is our item 58. These are shoes that were also found in aisle 21.
Move to admit 127, Your Honor.
No objection.
Admitted.
What about with respect to people's 132?
This is item 63, also found in aisle 21, and these are socks.
Move to admit
No objection.
132, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Motion to approach.
Yes, sir.
Handing you people's 135, 136, and 137. Can you tell us what FBI item numbers those are? And what they
People's exhibit 136 is FBI item 67, and it was recovered in aisle 21 and is described as a pistol magazine with unknown rounds inside.
Is that pistol magazine still full?
It is. Well, it has cartridges in it.
Okay.
I don't know if it's full.
It's never been unloaded.
It was not unloaded when we collected it, and it's not unloaded now.
Okay. With respect to the other two items I've handed you,
People's Exhibit 135 is FBI item number 66, also from aisle 21 and described as a pistol magazine with unknown rounds inside.
and the next item,
People's Exhibit 137, FBI number 68, aisle 21, also a pistol magazine with unknown rounds inside.
move to admit 135, 136, 137.
No objection.
Admitted.
Take an approach.
Yes, sir.
Handing you 124 and 120 people's exhibits, 124 and 126. You identify the FBI item number and what goes to it.
People's Exhibit 124 is FBI item 55, which is described as 14 9mm ammunition. And it's from aisle 21 as well.
And in the evidence recovery log, it indicates those rounds were from the magazine recovered from the Gerson pistol.
Yes, sir.
And with respect to the second item I handed you,
People's Exhibit 126. This is FBI item 57, which is a holster.
move to admit,
No objection.
Admitted.
and that was People's Exhibit 126. And finally, Special Agent DeFrance, if I could approach one last time, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
People's exhibit 138. What FBI item number is it? And what is it?
It is FBI item number 78, and it is described as a green tip rifle projectile.
And where was that item recovered from?
It was recovered from the north of checkout 9.
Judge, I would move to admit all of the exhibits if I have forgotten one at this time. Everything, all of the physical exhibits that I've tendered and discussed, it would be 124, I'm sorry, 123 through 138. I was moving fast and I hope somebody was keeping track better than I was.
Just a moment. Up to 138, you said?
Yes, Your Honor.
I have that those have all been admitted, offered and admitted.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes, sir. So it's the court's record that all through 138 were offered and admitted. So I'm going with that.
Thank you, Judge. Just a few final questions. I realize we're past 5. In what we presented to the jury here today, is it fair to say we barely scratched the surface of what your team processed in this crime scene?
Yes, sir.
How many casings, how many 5.56 casings were collected on scene?
There were 22 cartridge cases of the 5.56 caliber cartridge cases that were recovered outside the store and another 25 that were recovered inside the store.
And each of those was given its own item number, photographed in place, collected using the same process you've described for all the items we've actually admitted here today.
Yes, every item is processed in the same way, documenting its location, photographing it in place, surveying in that location for all the diagrams, and then having it properly collected and packaged to prevent any change, loss, or contamination to that item.
And we have only covered a few of the items that are represented in this evidence response team casebook that you provided, documenting all of the items photographed and collected in this crime scene process.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I don't have any further questions for Special Agent DeGrantz.
Mr. Dunn, do you have any cross-examination?
I don't have any cross-examination, Judge.
All right, may he be released from the subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor.
No, Judge.
All right, you're excused and you're also released from your subpoena. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Let me remind you, until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone or by any means. Includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss it with you, you need to tell them to stop and then report it to me as soon as you can. You must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial, not do any research regarding the trial or its parties, the type of case. And finally, it is especially important that you do not express any opinion on the case and that you do not form any opinion on the case until it is submitted to you for your deliberation. We'll start up again at 9 o'clock. I think get here about 8:30. We have some breakfast for you. All right, thank you.